here. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that a notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board in Town Hall and forwarding to the officially designated newspapers that this meeting would take place at Town Hall at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, February 7th, 2023. Meeting details and the draft agenda were also posted on our township website. Please all stand to salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call vote, please.
Here.
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 Here. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda. I would like to remove from the agenda this evening the minutes for October 18th and November 14th. May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? None? Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda as well. I'd like to bring back virtual participation in Zoom. So that would be a change to the agenda.
Do we have a second?
So just to clarify, I think that we should have a Zoom option for our residents and our community to participate in our meetings. I know that I received one email requesting that, and I'm sure that there are many other people in our community who would like to participate who aren't able to join us in person tonight.
Do I have a
So,
second?
Second.
Can I just make a comment?
Yep.
I had mixed feelings when we went virtual, but I reached out to all 22 municipalities, and it was about half. Half still have Zoom, half are totally in person, with more going back to in person. So I think we were just ahead of it a little bit, but Livingston is going back to in person, and so is Maplewood.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a second? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you. Reports. I would ask that everyone please get ready to provide their reports. Mr. Vinayak, do you have anything to share with us?
No report, Mayor.
No report. Okay. Ms. Brutus?
No reports.
No reports. Mr. Cohen?
I do. The library trustees met earlier, a couple of weeks ago, and they published an annual report, and I'm happy to say that the library is doing very well. Visits are up 51% over the prior year, which is not quite where we were before COVID, but it is trending upward. Circulation set a new record in 2022. At this point, 23% of the borrowing is electronic, which also then cuts into the number of visits. So the fact that it's up and when the virtual visits are so high is a good thing. And it also set a record for the number of programs in the year, both in terms of the number of programs and the attendees. I'd also like to publicize that the Friends of the Library are holding a fireside book club on March 6th. The book is Punch Me Up to the Gods by Brian Broom. It's hosted by Nadej Nicole, formerly of the Book House. Registration is required. They're also planning a calligraphy program in early March.
Did we approve the agenda?
We did approve it. We approved it, we amended
Oh,
it.
I thought we just amended it.
We
Did we
amended
vote to approve it?
We
I
did.
don't think we did.
We did, and then you added afterwards and we just
No,
allowed.
you voted to amend it. Is that approving?
We approved it. And then we approved
And
it.
I approved.
And everybody said aye, and we said aye, and there were no
Oh, I
nays.
thought that was just the amendment, not actually like approving the amendment, and then you approved the agenda?
We approved the amended agenda. Is what we did. We approved the
Is
amended
that how it
agenda.
works?
Yes, that would be how it works. The agenda has been amended by the removal of the minutes for the 2 meetings. And the reason for that removal is because at the time that those meetings were held, there were only 2 members currently on the township committee who were present. So I'm researching the issue about how to approve those minutes. So when the agenda was amended to remove that, it was approved.
So it should be like amend and approve. Anyway, so can we go, I would like to not approve the agenda. I would like to switch my vote. Because I thought we were gonna have another approval, because I do not approve this agenda without a Zoom option. So I always thought it was like you amend it, approval to amend it, and then approve to either approve the agenda or not approve the agenda. There's 2 separate actions there.
As I followed what happened, after it was approved, you moved to amend it to provide the virtual
The,
option
I approved the amendment,
to.
not the
for-
agenda.
For, you made a motion to.
No, we're going back to the original. Maggie moved to amend the agenda. She didn't say to approve the agenda.
It didn't need to be, it didn't, in my opinion, it was implied that.
That's
it
not
was
applied to
approved.
me, but, oh, no,
I'm giving you my opinion.
okay,
So I think where we are is you then moved to add the virtual option back. There was not a second.
and that was it, but we never approved the actual agenda. We approved the amendment, we didn't approve the agenda.
We approved and amended the agenda.
That's an
But
amendment
that's
to the
not-
agenda.
All right,
That's my opinion.
Okay,
It's
so you
not
want
my
me to do it?
opinion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended. May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
opposed,
Thank you.
thank you.
Do you have that, Christine? Thank you. Okay. Mr. Cohen, you're finished with your
I'm
report?
finished.
Thank you. Ms. Romano, do you have any reports?
I do, Mayor. The Art Advisory Committee, the township received an estimate from its insurance company for the water damage to the art pieces that were temporarily stored in Town Hall's basement. The Art Advisory Committee will decide which pieces should be restored. Whatever monies are left will be used to acquire new artwork. They're also working on securing an off-site storage facility to safely keep the artwork. Community Service Award met, discussed their meeting schedule for the year, also discussed possible recipients that they were considering for recognition this year. Dispatch joint meeting, we met in January. We're continuing budget discussion for the 2023 assessment. Next meeting is February 22nd. The SID, Explore will welcome one of the newest businesses in town, the Ethical Mattress Company. This Thursday from 9 to 10, we encourage the public to visit the new store at 387 Millburn Avenue, grab a cup of coffee, and learn about this new eco-friendly bedding company. In 2023, Explore will also be working with a number of industry expert partners to provide over 15 educational programs for SID members. The first class will take place on Wednesday, February 15th, and will focus on tax filing assistance for small businesses. The class is being taught by the Union County Economic Development Corporation. To register, RSVP to Steve Grillo at steve@exploremillburnshorthills.org. On Tuesday, February 21st, Explore will join the team at Citizens Bank, formerly Investor Savings Bank, for a welcome ceremony at their new space at 45 Essex Street. This event will be from 10 to 11 a.m. and those interested in attending can RSVP to Lizzle Jackson at ljackson@investorsbank.com. We thank Citizens Bank for their support of Explore, including sponsoring our Minority Women and Immigrant Entrepreneur Education Series for this year. Explore will be offering a number of programs this year. Their first class will be on search engine optimization. A class will be offered on March 3rd at 9 a.m. Again, RSVP to Steve Grillo. The first merchant mixer of the year will be at 5:30 on March 9th at Interior Motif, located at 519 Millburn Avenue in the Upper Millburn Avenue District. This new business features high-end window treatments and technology. RSVP to Steve to attend, and please visit the showroom in the meantime. I don't know if it's been mentioned before, but Founding Day is planned for April 22nd. We met in January, a joint meeting for authorized services for periodic access for clearing and sediment removal at the Millburn crossing of the Rahway River East Branch. More on that in the consent agenda items. We also passed a resolution recognizing our appreciation of Tara Prupus's service on joint meeting for 2022. Parking ad hoc, we met and discussed different parking issues in town, and we are working on a plan for Upper Millburn Avenue with the opening of the Metropolitan. Also discussed some new signage and additional signage coming to the parking deck. Town Hall established a new system for purchasing permits and added Saturday pickup for residents. And the annual shopper's permit is available. The application's on the website. That is $60. And finally, I am also the Board of Ed liaison to the township, and we plan on meeting after winter break.
Thank
That is
you.
all.
That's a lot. Thank you, Mr. Romano. Mr. Marizzi, did you have anything to report to us?
I do not have a report tonight.
I do not. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. McDonald?
Just a few brief reports. One is I did want to touch base with the community with regard to the intersection of Hobart and Hobart Gap. That traffic signal project that was started in August of last year. And I had mentioned at that time that it would be a long lead time for the parts, in particular the mast arm and the base of those traffic signals. That saga continues, and the lead time is, continuing to be pushed out. I just wanted to let everybody know we did not forget about that project. Essex County is actually completing that project, and we do anticipate that in late spring to be completed based on those supply chain issues. Just wanted to report that the South Mountain drainage projects, in particular the area between Ridgewood Road and Locust that is closest to Millburn Avenue, will start in earnest. While it did start, in terms of prep work late in the fall, early winter, some of the materials have now been put on site, and they will start in earnest with that particular section first, and then move to Ridgewood and Locust. And again, that's part of the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee's work, and providing that to the Township Committee for approval. And just happy to see that project getting going. Flood mitigation has met a few times internally. We are looking at meeting dates for the public, as well as continuing to discuss, in particular, the Orange Reservoir and the bypass solution there. And so we'll be putting out more information in terms of public meetings, as well as more information on the Flood Mitigation Advisories page. So just keep a lookout for that for those that are interested in those efforts. That is all I have, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. McDowell, on home elevation on the flood mitigation, is there any update on that?
Currently not. That grant is still with FEMA being reviewed.
You mean our application is still there
Correct.
to be reviewed for
Correct.
the houses that have applied?
Yeah, there's been no award at this point. So there's been no indication whether we've been awarded or not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just so everyone's aware. The police are out enforcing and ticketing. There's been a lot of speeding issues within town and many, many complaints. So they are they're setting up some speed traps. So be ready for them because they are out there.
And then also this Thursday night, there will be a town hall with, right here, it will also be live streamed with Police Chief Gilfetter discussing the current conditions in terms of car thefts and things of that nature. And it'll be here at Town Hall. We'll have a few detectives, police officers, police chief.
There will be a detective as well as an officer from the police department there to also provide discussion.
And that, again, will be live streamed. Awesome. Public comment? Huh? Oh, I'm so sorry. Jared, would you mind coming forward and just, Mr. Cantor is the attorney representing the town, and there was a meeting with the judge last Friday, and so maybe you could just give us an update of how it went in the courts.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank
For
you.
the record, Jared Cantor, Antonella Cantor Rivera. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, committee people. So we had a case management conference on February 3rd, which was last Friday. It was a case management conference. There was 2 pending motions before the court. There was a motion by Fair Share Housing. There's also a motion by Woodmont Properties, both to enforce litigants' rights, essentially enforcing the terms in the settlement agreement, the way they read the agreement. I know this township wants to move forward with compliance, and compliance is important. So the outcome of this case management conference is the court will be holding a compliance hearing on February 28th. We'll be seeking a conditional compliance, as are a few items within the settlement agreement that we know will not be completed by February 28th. But all parties involved agree that the township, based on some of the items on the agenda tonight, specifically, I believe there's 3 resolutions on tonight and 1 ordinance that'll bring the township further into compliance. Those are resolutions 65, 66, 67, and ordinance 2633. So we'll be having a conditional compliance hearing. The idea is at the end of that, the township should get an order of compliance with some conditions attached. It could be that the Canoe Brook ordinance that's up for introduction tonight may not be adopted by the time of that compliance hearing. There's also some issues regarding the 75 unit on Main Street that we need to enter into an agreement with that developer. That will not be done by February 28th, but steps will be taken. But overall, the court was pleased with the township's progress. We believe we largely resolved all our issues of fair share housing when it comes to their motion practice. They're willing to withdraw their motion based on the conditions that will be set on compliance, which I think is a large step, not to be adverse to fair share housing at the conditional compliance hearing. We do have some open issues with Woodmont, as those are under litigation and they were discussed and closed. I don't know that we'll have a resolution to those issues, and the court may need to decide those issues, and those who file the case understand those issues and those who participated. But the court may need to decide those issues prior to the compliance hearing. But I don't think anything that would come out of that motion practice would affect the township's ability to get an order of conditional compliance, again, with just those limited conditions that I'm discussing tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
All right, that's.
You know what? That's a report.
All right.
I'm so sorry. We have a presentation before we go to public comment. Chris Myers is a recreation director, and Matt Larissy, our CFO, is also in attendance for finance-related questions from the committee about the presentation you're going to talk about in reference to fields.
Just by way of introduction, for the township committee and for the public, what's being presented tonight is a concept, is an idea, and the purpose of this presentation is to present what is a need and also the township's capability to meet that need. Should the township committee decide to move forward, what the end result that we're hoping for at the end of this presentation is for the township committee to consider a feasibility study for this particular concept. that is it. Just looking forward to a consensus from the committee on a feasibility study. Chris?
Thanks, Alex. So what we're presenting today is, as Alex mentioned, is an idea, a potential solution for a problem that we're seeing within the Recreation Department. So we have an increase in participation over the years, also an increase in sports offered. So it's not just what the Recreation Department's offering, it's also what our community groups are offering to our residents in town. And when you have an increase in participation, you have an increase in sports that are offered, and you have the same field space that you've always had, it can cause some problems when it comes to allocating those field spaces to those groups. And throughout this presentation, when I say we, I'm not just talking about the Recreation Department. I'm talking about all of our community groups. I'm talking about the soccer club, lacrosse club, Millburn Township Youth Baseball, the various cricket groups, and everyone that has reached out to us over the past few years. So one of the things I want to focus on too is why do we think this is important to fix this field problem? There's lots of benefits to recreation sports. From a physical activity standpoint, it's the obvious. You want the kids to go out there and exercise. From a mental health standpoint, when you're out there exercising, your body releases endorphins. It helps reduce stress and depression symptoms. And also it gives the kids an outlet to get away from school, get away from home. They can participate in something outside of school. From a life skills standpoint, we know that being part of team sports helps develop leaders, helps you with teamwork skills, coming together for a common goal. So we've had to look over our current needs and deficits. And since like the pre-COVID time, our teams have been increasing significantly. On the graph on the right, you can see that we've had a lot more participants. But on the left, that's where it really starts to affect our fields. The more teams that we have, the more teams that have been reaching out to us, it really affects how we can allocate the space to our residents. Now, in this slide, what I'm trying to show is not only what artificial turf fields are available to us in Millburn, but also how it relates to how we're the priority on those fields. So on the graph on the left, Millburn has 3 artificial turf fields. And artificial turf fields are important because of the benefits from a maintenance standpoint, a durability standpoint, and also flexibility. You can line turf fields for as many sports as you want. You can be playing one sport at one time. You know, I play soccer at 1 o'clock, switch out some goals, play lacrosse a few hours later. I don't have to worry about lining the fields each week. Lots of benefits to turf fields. But in Millburn, we only have priority, if you want to call it priority, on half of a field, and that's the library field. That's owned half by the Board of Ed and half by the township. These other towns like Summit and Verona, they have 5 artificial turf fields available to them as a community, but the community has priority on 4 fields in Summit and 3 in Verona. And then when you compare that to how many students we have in our district, we have a significantly higher amount than Summit and Verona, more than double than Verona, but they have many more turf fields available to them. So one of the other things I had to kind of add up over the past few months are what I'm calling playable hours. And playable hours is what's available to us on a given time, a given day on these fields, both Board of Ed fields and township fields. So I added up all the hours that are available to us in the fall and the spring. This counts like the 10 weeks that are where everybody wants to play. So soccer, lacrosse, everybody wants to get going for those 10 weeks in each of those seasons. So we counted up all those hours, and that's what's available to us. The chart on the right is what we need. Our community groups want to have a certain amount of practices for a certain amount of time. Our rec programs want to increase. We want to be able to take as many kids as possible in our programs. We've also had to turn away groups. We have cricket groups that have been reaching out to us for a while too, and we don't have a place for them to play. So there's all these things that we're trying to we're trying to accommodate, but we're limited. And according to this graph here, you can see we're technically at a deficit of 23%. So to kind of add to that, those playable hours, they don't consider the sport-specific locations. So, we're not going to tell cricket to go play at South Mountain School's little tiny field that they have over there. We have to be very considerate of those sports that have to have sport-specific locations like lacrosse and even like baseball and those types of sports. It also doesn't consider the out-of-town facilities that our groups have used. The lacrosse club has to rent over at Florham Park, an indoor facility, because what we offer them is not enough. They have to spend probably thousands of dollars over there to utilize that facility. Over at Pingree, we rely on them for our senior league baseball program. That's the only field that's available to us outside of what the high school has for like a 90-foot full-size baseball type of field. So, that those playable hours don't factor in things like that. And they also don't factor in probably the countless of hours that are canceled last minute from school activities, athletic events, whether it's from the athletic department, from games being rescheduled. They have priority at those locations. And the goal here shouldn't be to get that 123% down to 100. We got to make sure we have room for growth. There may be more people moving into town. There may be more kids playing sports. We have to make sure we're ready for that potential issue. So there's a little bit of a history of what we've tried in the past in terms of adding fields to our inventory. There's a couple locations at Gerald Park that we've looked at, but we run into wetlands issues over there, which involves either swapping out lands and we're paying mitigation credit, which can be very, very costly. The other locations on there, like JFK, is currently used by DPW, and the other sites over there, you'd have to either purchase or lease those locations. And the downside to any of these things is going to be also that you're only getting one or two fields at those locations. You're potentially spending millions of dollars just to put a Band-Aid on this issue that we have. So what we have to do as a town is we have to evaluate our current facilities. Okay, how can we better utilize the space that we already own? And again, we got to find a way to get our community groups, our recreation programs to the top of that list. They got to be the priority. No more waiting on the Board of Ed, coordinating with them on their fields. We need to have fields for ourselves. And also to make sure that it's multi-purpose, something, again, that you can line for as many sports as possible. And then that way it's available to as many residents as possible as well. So one of the areas that we've looked at is the Millburn Par 3 golf course. It's a large space that is owned by the town, that is also, it's already being used for recreation purposes. This rendering that we have right here is just an idea, it's just a concept. There's tons of lines that are on there, but that's because I want to just give you an idea of what can actually fit in those locations. The idea would be on the field on the right, it would be a field that can fit as big as a full-size football field on there. It could be lined for lacrosse, soccer, field hockey. You could even put girls softball fields in the corners. That field is even big enough where you can play youth softball over there, 2 games at the same time. The middle field, that would be the same thing. You can line it for as many of those sports as you want. And also it could be the home to our first senior league baseball field. We don't currently have that, but there would be enough space there where you could play a regular full-size baseball game over there. It could also be home to our adult softball programs. We have a big men's league and women's league that's very popular. We've had inquiries about adult field hockey and other sports like that. Those are the types of things that could also be at those 2 locations. The hope would be for those 2 fields on the one on the right and the one in the middle would be to be artificially turfed with lights. That would give us the max amount of playing time over there. And then on the left, that would be a grass field. That could be the home to our first cricket pitch over there. Now, I put the soccer fields lined on there just so you can, again, see the size of it. If you're familiar with Glenwood School grass fields, you could just plop that into that space. It's a very, very large space. You could have a lot of teams practicing there at the same time. And again, it's a large enough space where you could play cricket. Some of the other things, this rendering doesn't have walkways, but we would hope to have a walkway around all the fields. That way Gerald Park would have a walking path over there. We have we have a spot for some added parking space, and maybe kind of hard to tell, but it's above where the current parking space is. Yep, thanks, Jesse. Yeah, that area right there. Again, it would be a large complex. We hope that would be enough. We have to do more studies to see if we need more parking, but that's a potential location. The current clubhouse for the Par 3 already has bathrooms, already has maintenance storage. So that's where we could use that facility for this complex. So what we have to look at is the par 3 operation, because obviously the biggest downside with this would be losing a service that we offer to the town in terms of the par 3 golf course. So one of the things that we have to look at is our membership over the years. Back in 2019, we were all the way down to 700 members total. We had the COVID bump for golf, as many people know. Golf was one of those few activities that everybody felt comfortable playing for 2020 and 2021. So we saw a great bump for our membership and revenue those 2 years. And then this past year, we did see a dip again. We lost about 200 members total. Revenue was still good because we had about 3 months of no rain. So that helps with getting more golfers out there. But overall, we want to consider our township residents. So when you look at our membership, we're looking at about 800 members that are in-town residents that utilize our par 3 golf course this past year. Next slide. So from the revenue from the previous slide, it was about 190,000 is what we brought in for revenue this past year. That includes membership, that includes greens fees, whole cart rentals, all the revenue that we generate. From an expense side, the town pays Chiron Golf $200,000 a year to run the golf course. They have a superintendent that they assign to our golf course, and then they run the operations at the clubhouse. The recreation department and DPW have other expenses in regards to utilities and supplies. So basically, when you add that all up, around $300,000 a year. If you're looking at it from a financial standpoint, the par 3 is operating at about an annual loss of $100,000 each year. So there are going to be a lot of challenges to this big idea, right? When you're creating fields, drainage is always a concern. But as long as you have the right engineering, you can make sure that's something that you can overcome. Buffer is also something that we want to be very conscious of. We have residents that live on that side of the par 3 golf course. And, we want to make sure we keep as many trees as possible and also add trees if we have to. In terms of adding lights to those 2 fields that were closer to the swimming pool, those lights would be LED lights that would have the strict cutoff. And so we would anticipate that wouldn't be, it wouldn't be any issues from the neighbors who are a few hundred yards away. So the buffer, we would have to overcome that challenge, but we think it's very doable. The other challenge with converting a golf course into fields is it's not really the flattest area. So there may be some retaining walls, and we would anticipate that. That would be one of the challenges for constructing the golf course. And then the biggest challenge would be the change in service. We're offering the service from the rec department to our residents for golf, and it would be something that would be a change for our members. So on this map here, again, we have a beautiful par 3 golf course. We're very proud of it, but there are other options out there for golfers around Essex County. For those who are interested in 18-hole golf course, there's one right across the street. The Summit Par 3 is just 5 minutes down the road, and they do offer out-of-town memberships. It's about $16 more for a membership if you're an out-of-town resident for the Summit Par 3. So again, not the perfect situation, but it is an option for our current members. Next slide. All right, so from a community benefit standpoint, I know I talked about 3 fields, but it's really adding 5 fields to our inventory, because if you think of like the size of the library field that we have, you could fit 5 library fields in that location. So adding 5 fields to our inventory would make a huge, huge difference. It would also be a centralized recreation complex that the town could be proud of, our kids could be proud of. It would be the home to our first cricket field and first senior league baseball field. It would also be the home to our girls softball program. Right now, we rely on Glenwood School Fields for our girls softball program, but this would be an opportunity to definitely bring our entire girls softball program over to Jarrow Park. There's also the possibility of revenue generation through rentals. So, again, I was focusing on the spring and the fall, the summer months, and also in the winter, and even in the mornings when the kids are at school. There will be plenty of groups out there that would be interested in renting at a facility like this. So there's also the possibility for revenue generation. And as you'll see on the next slide, fulfilling our current and future needs. We hope that this would be help solve the problem that I brought up earlier in the presentation, and allow some flexibility over at the JFK site where we've pursued looking at a field as well. So I added up the new hours that we would potentially get from adding these fields, and it would bring us to a surplus and bring us to a capacity of about 81%. Again, it gives us room for growth, room for us to offer more programs from the recreation department, room for our community groups to expand what they have available to them as well. And so it'd be a significant increase if we were able to add that.
So from a financial perspective, my role is to kind of, when projects and ideas are presented, is see how that fits within our budget, within our tax levy. So right now, and actually we're very proud, Millburn just earned a AAA bond rating. It was just published by Moody's, and literally that's the other day, so more information will be coming out on that. But the last bond rating was in 1999, I believe. So a nice update to that. That was AAA. We're still AAA, and it was a nice write-up we received. We have a strong fund balance and responsible reserves right now, and our statutory debt capacity is 0.16 of an allowable 3.5%, which is $360 million would be the allowable total debt without having to ask the DCA for an extension. Right now we're at about $4 million, so we're obviously not anywhere close to that $360 million number. But that's the annual debt statement that we have to file. That's the statutory maximum. We do have one of the lowest municipal and total effective tax rates as well in Essex County. Our debt philosophy, obviously by the surplus and capacity we have, is that debt cost shouldn't drive our budget. I think that should always be the case. And the tax rate should not spike because of capital investments. We work hard in our budget to pay cash for the reoccurring capital items. And that is something that is a great practice. We're not going out for debt for every little thing that we need because those costs add up. Financial planning wise, we're able to long-term finance. When we have larger projects, we can plan out the long-term behind it. There's different financing structures you could take. And I'll touch on that some more in the next slide. But also our high bond rating allows for lower interest rates and financing costs. Right now, the interest rates are high. Whether that stays or not is no one knows. But even in a high interest rate environment, municipalities in New Jersey and AAA rated municipalities in New Jersey are getting prime rates. So that's something that we can kind of point to. So this chart right here is just kind of showing the white is our outstanding debt over the years since 2017. And the red line is our debt principal pay down. So that's the amount we're paying down our debt. As you can see, our debt has been declining, but we've been making the same payment. So we've been aggressively paying more than we're taking on, which is a great thing. We were able to, at $12.5 billion in outstanding debt, we were paying the same budgetary amount that we're paying right now at $4 million. Go to the next slide. So what that means is a project like this, we can absorb into our budget without driving a tax rate. The cost estimate we're using right now in this project is about $9.5 million. Okay. Finance term between 15 and 25 years. Again, there'll be a lot of options if we're to go through and how we finance that. And a lot of that will also depend on the rate market. If rates go down, we might want to get into permanent financing. And if not, we might want to, keep it in short-term notes. There's also the Par 3 savings of about $100,000 per year. And right now, interest rates are around between 3 and 4%. Right now, closer to 4, but 3 and 4% is kind of the range we use for these projections. There'll be a lot of funding sources out there. Green Acres funding is available from the state and the county. That's something we'd want to go after. And open space funding from the county, but also we'd have the opportunity to maybe enact an open space tax within the community. That was a public referendum to pass that. It's a percentage of the total valuation of the town. 13 of the 22 Essex County municipalities have an open space tax, and 29 out of the 39 Morris County towns have an open space tax. So overall, between Essex and Morris, it's about 70% of the municipalities have an open space tax. Again, this is a public referendum, so the council would move to, if that's something they wanted to do, move to enact that, but the public would vote on it. What that does, an open space tax, is it secures and allocates funding directly for open space recreational purposes. We have a very comprehensive capital plan, but a lot of times we're responding to emergencies and situations. So we might have money allocated to open space, flood mitigation, recreational facilities, playgrounds. But if a pump station breaks, the monies get allocated there because it's an emergent situation. What an open space tax does, and why I think it's been so popular in the 70% of the municipalities in the area, is because it earmarks money that can't be used for other purposes. And at the end of the day, what the two charts on the right are showing is that this field project can be absorbed in our current debt payment within our budget. The top chart there is in 2022, the average municipal tax bill was $6,100. Of that, $170 of everybody's payment was going towards debt. Okay. If this project was to move forward at the cost estimate that we're using, we would still be able to pay $170 of the average resident towards debt, but $60 of that approximately would be going towards the field debt. So it's kind of a roundabout way of saying it can be absorbed within our budget the way we're currently aggressively paying down our debt and with the capacity we have. The other idea behind this is some of these longer term projects, something like this, will benefit the town for 20, 30 years. You don't necessarily want to pass the cost of only onto the current residents. So paying cash for things is great, but things like this, spreading it over a longer term isn't necessarily a bad thing because current residents and future residents will be paying for the benefit. Go to the next slide. And just highlighting a little bit more our really outstanding management of debt is this chart here comparing us to our neighbors. So these numbers, for comparison purposes, were as of the audits of 12/31/2021. We had $6.5 million in debt. Right now, it's a little over $4 million. But to get the published information from the other municipalities, we use 2021 audits. As you can see here, we're way below surrounding premier communities in our total outstanding debt, in our annual debt service payment. Our debt service to budget ratio, this is the amount of our budget, our annual budget, that is going towards debt is only 3%. And our outstanding debt, that's total outstanding debt to our budget ratio is 10%. These communities are in a good financial position, maybe not as good as us. Some of them are very strong, AAA rated. But as you can see, they've been able to take on more debt. And this is only to say, us having low debt makes my job easier because at the end of the day, we can, that there's less burden on the municipal budget. But what this is showing is that we can still absorb something like this and be in a good financial position. And that's just kind of speaking to that a little bit.
Okay, so at our January Rec Commission meeting, the Rec Commissioners voted unanimously to ask the Township Committee to pursue a feasibility study for this potential project. Again, this is just an idea at this point. We're looking at all of our options for adding fields, and I can tell you from my experience that this is the only option right now. And so we're trying to see if this is something that's feasible, and then obviously, if the Township Committee is willing to let us do this feasibility study, then we'll go forward and definitely work on engaging the public and finding out other things that we need to do to make sure this is something that the town wants to move forward with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Any
gentlemen. At this time,
Can we ask any questions?
There's no questions now?
Township Committee. Mr. Benoit, do you have any questions for this?
Yeah, I'm still gathering my thoughts. If you want to just go.
I shall.
Uh,
Ms. Prupus, do you have any questions for the gentleman?
I don't have any questions. I do have a suggestion in terms of the process for this to take place, because I know that you're asking for us to go ahead. So how much is, I do have a question. How much are you asking from the township committee for your feasibility study?
So there was a feasibility study that was recently done in Westfield. It was $14,000 for that feasibility study. These usually would range somewhere between the 14 to 20 range.
14 to 20, okay. So my suggestion is before we do, that you start the public engagement before we do the feasibility study. So that would mean like after tonight, we set something up in either the middle school or wherever we set, I think we in high school, and you have that initial presentation first and get a response. Whatever that response is, and then I think the township committee should take that response and then make a decision based on that and not just on the unanimous passing of the rec commission. So that is my suggestion in terms of the process.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen?
No, I agree. I would like to have a better sense of what the public thinks about doing this, even the feasibility study.
Okay, terrific. Ms. Romano?
Is the feasibility study going to give us a better idea of how much is going to be spent?
Right, so that's what I was gonna kind of touch on, is that our 9.5 million number is based on a lot of data that we were able to look at in other communities. But if the feasibility study comes in and it's 18 million, then maybe we don't need to do all this public engagement, right? So
I still think there's a huge value in I still think there's a huge value in the public engagement part of
Right.
it on the
Excuse me,
front
folks.
on the front end.
agreed. I didn't mean no public engagement. I mean, we don't want to go too far down because of down the public engagement path until a feasibility tells us if it's feasible or not. But I agree. I agree that needs to be engaged, certainly.
Mr. Benoit?
Yeah, I did. One more question. How much did you say that Part 3 was losing every year?
It's about $100,000. And that, if it goes back to pre-pandemic levels, could be closer to $150,000 to $200,000. But
Or fees will be raised.
right, or fees would be raised. Exactly, we'd have to raise fees to kind of compensate for that. With rec programs, and Chris will speak to this more than I can, you don't necessarily need to break even because it's community benefit, but you also don't want to be supplementing too much out of the non-users.
Mr. Benoit? Your microphone's off, Mr. Benoit?
So first of all, congratulations on great financial condition that you have in the township. It's great, and we should continue to keep it great as much as possible. I agree with Ms. Prupus on at least getting the public engaged and get public poll. And whether that's 18 million or 9 million, I would say if public wants it,
That's true.
we need to look. I was on rec commission last year, and the year before that too. All we keep talking about, how can we increase number of fields in town that we can have more on, and we couldn't. And then we started looking at the JFK Expressway field that is being used for leaves, to process leaves there, and that's a great space. But now we are trying to move part of DPW that is going to be used here in 9 Main Street over there on one side, and we had the plan of using the rest as a field. But now I see it here as 9.5. And again, I am not in favor of open space tax, but I agree with you that township has enough to support any kind of project if public wants it. And it should be coming from the public polls what they want, because people who are using the golf course, they may be opposing it. People who need field, and rec commission is direct vouch to that, they face this day in and day out. So they have unanimously voted it, and they are residents too in town. So that's a good sign that it started from. But I would, couple of things I would say in here is, if public says yes to this project, instead of making three fields and with the lighting in one shot, we made one field behind the library, which we invested $800,000 in the field and about $400,000 on the lighting. So if that is equivalent to 5 fields, it's about $7.5 million. And even if it's inflation or whatever that is, we can actually move this project. Again, if public says yes to that, we can move this project into 3 years or 4 years phase, where one field can be put in place in 1 year with the lighting on it, then move on to the second field, then move on to the third field. We don't have to take that much loan on our books or debt on our books that way. Again, it is all based on the public polls. And I see a lot of people come in here. I'm assuming that they're in favor, but Township has really worked hard on being financially very conservative. At the same time, we really need to invest in infrastructure, and fields are the place where we need to invest. So those are my 2 cents on the project.
I have a few other things. This is minor, but when you said $16 more in Summit, that's our current par 3
Yeah, so, and I was using that,
membership, so it's $16 more for, if our Millburn residents went to Summit, they'd be paying $16 above what they currently pay now.
for the membership, yeah.
Yeah.
It's, and that would be for adults. Obviously, you know, we have different rates, for kids through adults. But for the Summit out-of-town membership, it's just a straight fee of $115 for membership.
But it's limited.
Excuse me.
So, and then the other thing I think that needs to be part of this conversation is 9 Main Street. So I don't, because they're both coming up at the same time and there will be some money from the town, I don't think that we should be, I think when we talk about this project, we also have to talk about 9 Main Street and the cost of 9 Main Street parallel to it, just to give a full picture of what what's facing the township in this like current moment. So I don't know how you would do that, but I feel like you can't go out and speak to the public and say, all right, this is all we're gonna do and nothing's gonna be affected, because we know we have to deal with 9 Main Street.
So on 9 Main Street, again, I'm the finance subcommittee, so I keep looking at the numbers. That finance subcommittee has actually reviewed some numbers on this preliminary. For 9 Main Street, the new tax that has been put for the affordable housing tax, that would be used against paying towards the 9 Main Street, whatever debt we take. So it is about $300,000 to $500,000 a year, and it's from $3 to $5 million is what we were told what the output from the township would be. And if that is already dedicated towards that, it should not impact the tax if we go in a route where I'm saying we do between 3 to 4 years, where we put in the fields. So we are not taking that much debt. Even if we take that debt, it will not be increasing because we have down to $4 million debt. We had $12 million debt. That still did not increase the tax for our township residents. So from 4 million right now, what we have, if we take about say $3 to $5 million for that, and a couple more millions or $2 or $3 million for the fields, I think it'll be well worth it. So as far as the finances goes, I would still, and you're the CFO, if you feel that is right, what I'm saying, you should talk to the public there, because I feel comfortable if we do it within a span of a few years. And if only public says that they want those fields. I think we really need to invest in infrastructure here.
So the 300 to, can I just respond to the 300 to 500? That's an estimate.
Yep.
And I'm not talking about raising, like how our taxes are gonna go up. I'm just talking about what the total debt is gonna be. To give a full picture, not to just say like, this is where we're at, because just to give a full picture of what's happening.
Right, there's certainly other projects going on and projections that we need to consider the big picture. I do agree with
Yeah,
that.
we would not
Specifically
discuss.
9 Main Street. Like, I don't know.
I mean, there's a lot of other things, but we wouldn't discuss this in a vacuum, this to your point.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You can't give this presentation without talking about the larger debt potential.
So I'd like to make a suggestion. This is just my own suggestion, tagging on what everyone else is saying. I think it's important before we even start any of this, we get a buy-in from the community. And because I think this is pretty significant what we're suggesting be done. And so
I think one of the things we probably should do is, as Ms. Krupa said, make a presentation. I think we should put up a poll, just a very simple poll. Par 3 golf course, fields, pick one. And people can register on a poll and we could put it out on social media. We could have a meeting about it. But I think it's important that the public has buy-in to this as well. There's many, I've received many emails from people and calls about the Par 3 course and wanting to keep it. And I've had emails of people that would love to have fields. But I think it's important that we see what the town wants to do about it. I think it's really important we put it out there, take a poll, and then depending upon how the numbers come in, if people say, yeah, we want this, then we turn around and we talk about the feasibility study, and then we can spend the money on that. But I think it's probably very inexpensive to try and get a poll done on this and figure out what people are thinking, if it's something they do indeed want.
But how could we do that without knowing the true cost?
Well, they've given us costs of what they range of how much it's going to cost to probably put together. If you were to suggest, I think it was talked about at the rec commission meeting, is that this could be $5-6 million to $9 million. $9
I
million.
said 9.
Yeah, 9.5 was what we had.
$9.5. So
That's a
that's
starting
$10 million.
place.
So we'd have to
But
keep.
I would like to get a better idea of how much it's gonna cost without 5 million, 9 million.
Sure, but you want to make sure that that's what the townspeople want before we start spending the money on feasibility
And it
studies.
would have a caveat that if the town approved it at the 9.5 million, and then when you do the feasibility study, it turns into 15, then all bets are off, and you have to, go back to the public again.
Right.
If it's materially different from the 9 million.
So if it's materialistically different also from 9 million, first of all, the public is trying to tell you that they need fields or they need Par 3, right? I would just say if the monies, and this is more on the high side is what I'm seeing based on what field we have made already. So if that is the money or close to or maybe a little bit over, we have to come up with different process of making that feasible while keeping the same financial target. So I think first thing first is get the public polls or buy-in, and if they're yes, I think we need to invest
In the
in
feasibility study.
the feasibility study and the infrastructure.
One point about the fields and the library field, like the topography, I'm assuming is
Yeah.
going to be a major factor, which was not the major factor there. So that might be where the discrepancy in the number, the financing of the fields come
That is,
from.
the amount of
Retaining
retaining
walls.
walls and things like that is, the number we use has big contingency in there, but with the cost of
Materials,
construction and
yeah.
materials and everything lately, we're a little bit just, want to be conservative.
All right, so let's just poll this. We
Poll for a poll.
poll for a poll. We're saying we're polling for a poll. We're
So in terms of the poll, I think it's going to be very important to understand what you as a committee are going to consider. Is it that we've reached X number of people and those X number of people have responded, and then it's weighed this way in terms of fields or in terms of Par 3? I think, understanding some of the parameters around any sort of poll that's put out is going to be very important because, again, if you hear from 25 people, and I'm not saying, I'm exaggerating, of course, but if you hear from 25 people, is that enough for you to determine whether this project is willing to
No,
go
but
forward?
think about the flex parking poll. That was a
Yes,
good example of a poll.
Yes, and I remember that poll and how scrutinized it was. So
But if you make it-
that's why I'm making the
But if
comments.
you make it a very
The
simple
second
poll,
poll,
what would
not
you
the first
prefer?
poll.
What would you
not the-
prefer? A Par 3 golf course or fields? If you just, very simple. You don't complicate it, you make it very simple.
But again, I'm asking because I think it's important that you understand.
So we have what about a certain percentage, like it's valuable if a certain percentage of our residents, right? So a certain percentage of the 21,000 respond. So what would make it valid? There's a statistical point that would make that,
So
no, I don't know, I know, but I'm just saying there's a statistical measure that would make a poll valid.
So if
So
there is
let's
only
figure out
20
what that is.
So if there are only 25 people who polled, right, like you said, then we come back here and we make that call based on what we assume is the best.
Right, and if only 25 people take the poll, then You know, I think that also tells us that no one cares.
And
then-
again, I'm exaggerating, but I'm just saying that it's.
I'm just
important to understand.
answering on that exaggeration, that's all.
But I guess, and my only other question is then, are you considering, like, just so that the people understand too, like, are you considering this then sort of a binding poll or a non-binding poll to the committee?
I don't think it can be a binding poll. It's
And-
a,
And it depends on number of people
right,
polling.
I mean, I think it's just to get more information,
Understood, okay, I
a
just wanted, yeah.
non-binding poll,
To get more
to
information.
get more
from the-
information.
See what the community wants. And it should probably, you'd want to make sure that it's put out everywhere, whether it's on our social media channels or the PTOs and out in the schools and every place where people,
And we'll
And
make
let's
sure
give it
that we
like
also have a.
2 week, like to the next meeting, like give it a 2 week or the next meeting
2
after
weeks,
that,
a
a
month.
month, give it a month.
And in that time, we'll also look to have a public engagement session, so that
correct.
people who have questions want to understand it better.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank
Jonathan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to take a little 5-minute break. Okey dokey. Hello. And we're back. Here we go. Thank you. Public comment. When invited to speak, please come to the lectern, clearly state your name and address, and speak loudly so that your comments may be understood by all and properly recorded. For the convenience of our community, there is a remote option available. All members of the public wishing to speak will be put into the queue to address the committee. Whenever an audience or committee member reads verbatim from a prepared statement, please email a copy to the clerk's office at townclerk@millburntwp.org. And to help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers are asked to limit their comments to 1 3-minute session. You'll be prompted when there is 30 seconds remaining. Each individual will be given one opportunity to make their public comment. And please be patient, and we will address each member of the public that wishes to speak. It's a business meeting, ladies and gentlemen, and please do not address professionals or staff directly, and please direct all your comments to me. A reminder that we're all neighbors, and personal attacks will not be tolerated. I know. I will now open the public comment
You
period.
just said that there's a remote.
No, there's not. I was incorrect. It wasn't taken out of my thing. Sorry about that. You could view the meeting from YouTube. That's your remote option.
But not for public comment.
Not for public comment. That's right. I will now open the public comment period.
Okay. Is this on?
It's on. We can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. Oyewolabi, 46 Maple Street. I came here tonight to speak on 2 topics. I cannot stress how important it is that you all consider bringing back Zoom for all our seniors and mothers with young children who cannot attend the meeting. Tara, please continue to speak up for what residents are asking for, because that's why all of you are elected, to serve the need of the people and not why you think what other towns are doing or not doing. Millburn is not Livingston, just for the record. My second topic is Black History Month. I would like to ask if the town has any plans for Black History Month, which started about a week ago. As we all know, Black History Month serves as both a celebration and a powerful reminder that Black history is American history. Black culture is American culture, and Black stories are essential to the ongoing story of America. If you all don't have plans, I would like to invite all of you to a Black History Month event that I am putting together at our high school on February 25, starting at 4 p.m. Let this also serve as an open invitation to all Millburn residents. They would have been hearing me now if we were live streaming. Come prepared to be immersed in the African and African American culture. We will have various vendors, some showcasing African cuisines, arts and crafts, clothing and accessories. We will also have live music and dance performances. It is really, it's expected to be an amazing event. With that said, I would like to make a request for the town to help celebrate this important month by putting up a Black History Month banner in town to honor the contributions and legacy of Black people from all periods of U.S. history and society. If you need any help with this, I'm more than willing to provide my support. And then please let me know that this will be done. And Alex, I'll be in touch with you regarding safety, traffic, and police presence for the event. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Mayor Miggins, Township Committee, Christine Gotti, Jesse Moman, and the one and only Alex McDonald. Would you guys mind if I just talk this way?
Feel
to
free.
My fellow folks here. As I said, my name is Chris Strucker, and I'm a recreation commissioner. I'm probably, I am the senior guy on the Recreation Commission. I've been doing it since 2007. And over the years, everyone here knows Bob Hogan, who was the former Director of Recreation. Now, if you folks don't mind, just let me give you a little history about the fields. I've been living in town for over 40 years. and my kids have gone through this recreation programs, and it was amazing to me that we did not have a dedicated field for girls softball. It was crazy. They always had to go to, Glenwood Field to play on a regular baseball diamond. So anyway, let me talk about the fields. Bob Hogan and I went over every inch of the open fields that we have here in town. We own 6 acres inside of East Orange Golf Course. And so unfortunately for us, they are most of the 6 acres are wetlands, so we cannot build on them. So what we tried to do, we went to East Orange and said, can we have a land swap? So we tried to take 6 acres from them and give them our 6 acres, and they said no. So then we had another idea, and we met with a project manager from East Orange, one of the people that's on their committee, and what we wanted to do. Does everyone know where par 440 is across from the East Orange Golf Course? Well, what we wanted to do
Chris, you have
was
30 seconds.
I have 30 seconds.
To wrap
Chris
it.
Strucker has about 30 minutes.
I know, 30 seconds.
But anyway, what we tried to do is we, as a township, would build, the cricket field to turf fields and everything like that. But what they wanted to do was they wanted us to build the infrastructure and then lease the land, lease it from them. And so let's say they would only give us a 10-year lease. At the end of 10 years, we would be history. So
Chris, I'm sorry,
done.
I have to.
I'm done,
You're
Mayor.
finished, you're finished. I'm sorry. It's just fair's fair.
That's okay. Oh, just one thing. I think I have enough credit. I've volunteered enough. Chris Strucker is not in favor of a poll. Feasibility costs $14,000 to $20,000.
Thank you.
We spent $165,000 for Gateway.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Drucker. Thank you,
You're
thank you.
welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Drucker.
Hi, my name is Frank Sacamandi, and I live on Lee Terrace. I would like to start with a question for Alex McDonald. Maggie, can you please ask Alex to publicly confirm that he will not permit any retaliation against residents for signing the Miggins-Urbaniak recall petitions? This question was raised at the last meeting, but unsurprisingly, Maggie and Sanjeev provided no answer. Alex, as the only one sitting on the dais with executive authority, we need to hear from you that you will not allow any retaliation against residents at the behest of any township committee member for any reason. And now, moving on to affordable housing. At the case management conference last Friday, Attorney Cantor indicated that the town would be pursuing a redevelopment plan for the DPW housing project. Can the committee tell us the date they became aware that a redevelopment plan was necessary? I recall a resident bringing this need up over a year ago, but it seems to have fallen on deaf ears. Attorney Mariziti, I understand that you were working on the RPM developers agreement. When did you become aware that a redevelopment plan would be necessary? Will the redevelopment plan be limited to the 9 Main Street affordable housing project, or will it encompass additional land or projects? Will this redevelopment plan need to be approved by the planning board? What is the timeline for the creation, review, and approval of this redevelopment plan? Will there be public information sessions held to inform the residents about the elements of the redevelopment plan and seek their input? Or does this committee intend to ram this through without any public participation as they did the original settlement agreement? Additionally, I would like the committee to explain the delays in meeting the requirements of the Fair Share Housing Agreement. Over the summer and fall, there seemed to be no progress on the following items: a developer's agreement with RPM, a redevelopment plan for the DPW site, a spending plan for funding shortfalls, or the adoption of a rental and sale operating manual and adoption of a rehab operating manual. Can the committee explain these delays and provide a timeline for satisfaction of the aforementioned items? Regarding Resolution 23-066, I have concerns about the intent to fund spending plan shortfall for affordable housing programs. This resolution is tantamount to a blank check, where both the pay to line is empty, as is the amount. This is not a fiscally responsible resolution. I urge the committee to vote against it, and if necessary, introduce a more specific resolution with a maximum dollar amount and detailed list of specific items the funds can apply to. Tonight's agenda includes a presentation about spending $9.5 million to rip out the par 3 golf course in Kiro Park and build athletic fields in its place. I would ask the committee to consider whether doing this might put us in danger of having Fair Share sue the town for not updating our RDP and or building affordable housing on this location. Morris Township is dealing with this very issue with their Red Bull Arena project. Perhaps Attorney Cantor, who I understand also serves as the municipal attorney for Morris Township, could provide insight as to whether this is a risk. I also request that the committee put this proposal up to a referendum if you decide to move forward with it, regardless of the outcome of any polls. A poll can be easily manipulated, so residents really should get a vote at the ballot for such a significant expenditure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sacramento. I don't know.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld, 11 Alexander Lane, Short Hills, New Jersey. Since the last meeting, I think I just want to update you that I am the Special Litigation Counsel in the declaratory judgment action for concerned Millburn residents and New Jersey nonprofit corporation. You are fiduciaries of a public trust. You're not rubber stamps. There's one issue that I would like to talk to you about. What's the status of the retention of an auditor? That's a check and balance that you're required to do. We have not adopted or retained an auditor to review the financial statements from calendar year 2022. As to the bill list, there's an interesting requisition that we outsource, it seems, the municipal duty to create the minutes. That was the first time I noticed that. And also there seems to be a payment to the SID for the assessment. I'm just understanding why the timing. There's a rec grant application. Can someone tell us where this rec facility is going to be? I mean, that's common sense. Also, there was a change in your overpayment resolutions. No longer do you identify the address or the identity of the taxpayer. Why this change? Later, you're going to do on the non-consent agenda, the policy and procedure resolution. We just heard that Councilperson Romano has done her own survey. Did you survey the other municipalities to see if they provide second opportunity for citizens to speak? Did you look at whether they accept written comments prior to the meetings? Because in some places, when they have procedure order of the meetings, they say written communications. And this goes back to our state policy in favor of robust, informed civic participation. Other thing is, because my training as a bond attorney, I slugged and compared the resolution to the resolutions on there. There's a new paragraph. It's called the anti-tariff purpose paragraph. Article 2, Section 2, Paragraph D, basically that you can't expand to what you're speaking to about projects. If you read your procedure, you didn't go through the proper amendments. It should have been spoken before at the last new business, and then brought up here. It wasn't there. It wasn't even blacklined. As to the fair share declaratory judgment, Mr. Cantor, how could you not tell the public the material fact that was disclosed that you need a redevelopment plan? The reason I say that is you need to delay. I'm going to ask every one of the council members, when did you receive the fair share plan that you're going to be asked to endorse today? As my wife is a securities attorney, as of today, when you look at 9 Main Street, are you disclosing a material fact about the need for a redevelopment plan? That hasn't happened. Because this afternoon, I found out the right draft. I asked an open request that I didn't get the right draft till this afternoon.
Thank you,
When did-
Mr. Feld.
No, 1 second.
No, Mr. Feld, thank you. Thank you.
Why do you remove items relating
Thank you,
to this
Mr.
from the
Feld.
website?
Thank you, Mr. Feld.
Good evening. My name is Smitra Ganesh from 14 Vincent Lane, and I'm here today to express the need for cricket facilities in town. So this semester, for the very first time, we have after-school programs for cricket in both Washington School and Millburn Middle School. And these programs are being taught by a very well-regarded coach in this area. So they give children who have never experienced this sport before an opportunity and an easy opportunity to get exposed. And for others, like my son, who already play the sport, I can tell you it's a very special moment to have the sport that they love be actually recognized and represented in the school and in the town. The program is being held in the school gym right now, but we hope to continue in subsequent semesters and transition to the fields. We've also had interest from other elementary schools inquiring about setting up similar programs. We have over 80 participants in our Millburn Short Hills Youth Cricket Group who are interested in their children pursuing cricket in town. Many of these kids are already playing the sport, but outside of town. We have also been requesting that the Recreation Committee set up a spring summer cricket program, and we are hopeful that that will materialize soon. We are also planning to conduct boys and girls clinics over the spring and summer. Some of you might not know, but it is a historic year for women's cricket in the United States. The US Women Under-19 team is playing in a Cricket World Cup for the very first time. And we are hoping that through these programs, we inspire our girls to take up the sport as well, just as our neighboring towns, Livingston and New Providence, are already doing. For all of these programs, we need a proper cricket field for the kids to play. And I request the Township Committee to please make some provision in that regard and to support this growing sport in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, Eileen Schofield, Oakview Terrace, Short Hills. Why eliminate one of the town's crown jewels of Millburn Short Hills, the par 3? The local golf pro said he's never seen a nicer nor well-maintained par 3 in any town. The Millburn High School Boys Club team uses it for its practices and the majority of its matches. The same with the Millburn Girls High School golf team. They use it for the practices as well as majority of their matches. The coach indicated to me today how important the par 3 is to their teams. The athletic director at Millburn High School is going to get involved. Not to mention the over 800 Millburn residents who are members of the par 3 and the dozens and dozens of youths and others that we see taking lessons and participating in camps. We had such a nice time there at Mother's Day golfing as a family. Where would everyone go if they were displaced from the par 3? There's no other par 3 in town. Some of it is for town members. And apparently it's impossible to get an out-of-town membership. The East Orange Golf Course is 18 holes and no comparison to a local par 3. And it's also pricey. It was mentioned that the par 3 operates at a deficit of $100,000. This deficit could easily be made up with additional revenue and reduced expenses. Has this been explored? The par 3 could be profitable, but this is a mere drop in the bucket compared to the $9.5 million bond issue deficit that every taxpayer will pay. If fields are needed, why destroy the par 3? Why not look to the plenty of vacant fields in the township without destroying not only the par 3, but the surrounding environment by taking down trees, killing wildlife, and ruining wetlands? And of course, the lights. Light pollution to nearby residents' homes on Harvey and Canoebrook. Short Hills Park would be a perfect place for cricket and any other fields. Also, the high school appears to have many vacant lots in the back there. Most of the Millburn schools have fields from elementary to middle to high school. Also, Pingree and Farbrook have fields. Speaking of schools, they mentioned a senior league baseball. Isn't this for 13 to 16-year-olds? Shouldn't they be playing in the high school and using the high school fields? Recently, we've heard that rec was unable to field teams. Has this changed? Have the rec sports reached capacity? Are people moving to other sports from the rec teams? Are there any out-of-towns playing on our fields? If so, we should not be in the business of renting our fields to others. I'll reiterate, it would be very, very unwise to eliminate the par 3 forever. And I do think it should be put up to the public what their opinion is. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Wanda Vreeland. I've been a resident in Millburn. I live at 38 Southern Slope Drive. I've been a resident for 35 years, and I know many of you. I've served on many volunteer committees, the Arboretum, and PTO president of South Mountain for several years, so I'm been around a while. My kids have grown up with your kids. I have been a member of the Par 3 for 35 years since I moved to this town, and it is a crown jewel, as you were saying. My kids learned to play golf there. Many of my neighbors' kids learned to play golf there. It is a family affair to play golf there. Families come, and it's just, I can't imagine Millburn without our Par 3. I understand that we may have a new sport, cricket, that we may need to find space for, fields for. But I've also seen when my kids were growing up, we opened South Mountain School because the student population was growing, and that ebbs and flows. As Annette probably knows, you've seen the baseball population decline. Can you turn some of those baseball fields into cricket fields? I don't know. But I would certainly be very, very sad to lose the Par 3 in our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda.
Hello, Leah Cruz, 39 Whitney Road. I agree that we probably need more fields in town, and I concur with the last two speakers. Why is the golf course the only option on the table? I actually just learned to play golf at the Par 3 last summer, and it was fantastic, convenient, and I guess it was an adult school class or something like that, and there were people from all over, about 20 different towns. So it was a great experience. So again, why is the golf course the only option on the table? According to the presentation, there are all these other options. The high school does seem to have room for more fields. Also, why not Taylor Park? In that case, why not consider the paper mill? Why don't we just level that? I mean, it just doesn't make sense that you would take a crown jewel in Millburn and get rid of it. And if you're going to have a pole, it would be a mistake to have an either a golf course or a cricket field. I mean, there are other options here. Like I said, there are 5 or a bunch of options on this, and there may be other locations, as somebody just said. So I think the poll has to be well worded, and there has to be more thought into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Radhika Srinivas, a resident of 151 Lawrence. I'm here to speak in favor of the 5 fields that the rec committee proposed, in addition to softball, soccer, baseball, and cricket. I want to speak about the cricket field specifically. I personally know over 25 kids, that's more than 2 full cricket teams, who make a trek 2 or 3 times a week all the way to Edison or Somerset to practice or play cricket. That is almost 2 hours of commute every time they have to go for practice. If you add that up over a year, that's 208 hours per child in a year that they are spending on commute time, which they could use productively elsewhere. On returning from school on school days, these kids are actually having to come from school, scramble, eat, dress, and go for lessons. They come back late at night, 8:30, 9. And then as they grow older, they will probably not be able to sustain this as the school workload increases. It's going to become very hard for them to manage this, and it would be unfair to have these kids give up a sports that they're very passionate about just because we do not have any local facilities for these kids to play the sport. During the summers, the kids also have practices and games outdoors, and they have to also go for these games an hour and a half away to cricket grounds where they can play with other teams in the East Coast Youth Cricket League. So there is a formal cricket league, and these kids go on to play at national and international levels, and that's an opportunity that we are losing out for our kids. These kids are very, very passionate about cricket and spend every free time learning more about the game and improving their skills. The local cricket ground will actually provide them much needed access to these kids, and not just kids, but cricket lovers of all age. And it would afford our kids the opportunity to practice and improve their game and maybe be part of the US cricket team at some point in time in the future. And we can be proud of that achievement as to send a member from our community to the team. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Perry Urso, 514 Millburn Avenue in Short Hills. Just cut my time off for a second. Is the YouTube going? Because it looked like when Mr. Sacramento was talking, it went dark. So I just want to make sure. It was a great comment during public comments, and I hope it's out there for the public. Anyways, I'm in receipt of a letter. It was post-dated December 2nd, 2022, regarding the recycling notice grandfather commercial businesses, which would take effect on January 30th, 2023. So there's some confusion about this, and I guess now it's going to take effect in June now. I'm not sure, or May. But I just want to let you know that it's many concerns with tenants that they're all asking me. They want to know how I can help them. I said, well, go to the township. Let them help you. I just want to ask why I've been looking through, by way of Oprah, I received a copy of the businesses that are currently being picked up from Giordano. We were told initially there was like 40 some businesses. According to this list, there's nearly 70. But the revised list that you're going to be chopping up out of the 70 is about 41, 42 businesses. So I asked the question, why were the properties where Committeewoman Pruitt is and Mayor Miggins have their businesses not been taken out of the solid waste collection? Why is your solid waste collection inaccurate and not consistent with the actual pickup schedules? Like I said, there's nearly 70 businesses and 42 have been taken into consideration and now excluded from your pickups. Is that right, Mr. McDonald? And who and how decided and picked and choose which properties were going to get taken out of the collection? So I say more retaliation. Why has Enzo's been included in your solid waste elimination list when that business has been abiding their resolution since 1994? Will you be giving those property owners a tax abatement for the solid waste services that you are now discontinuing? Will the township be getting solid waste reduction in their billing because of the reduction in the service provided to commercial businesses? So in essence, so you're taking a service away from us, and are you going to get a price reduction from the solid waste company who is now Giordano? Interesting, I also, by way of Oprah, got a contract that you have with Giordano. And I'm concerned that what you've done is, it's the chipping away, helping out businesses. With the township getting, you've debilitated the property owners from actually contracting the private service from Giordano, considering that they've been picking up a majority of our solid waste in the past, but because of your contract with Giordano, commercial property tenants cannot hire them. So are you going to get money back? Are you going to lift or make different arrangements that, it's like the feeding, the line of the feeding that you were like, now it's affecting Giordano, because if they're not providing a service and if you're going to cut down on their salary or what you're paying them every month, how's it going to affect everybody? So is the township actually saving money? So if you could please answer these questions so I can go back to my tenants and let them know how the township is going to help them.
Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Urso.
Have a great night.
You as well.
Hi, Tom Herbertson, 76 Oakview Terrace. Talking about the par three. I didn't understand playable hours. I actually tried to do the math, but I think we want to know how many kids are actually playing and where they're playing and for how long they're playing. Are we using the high school? We're using Glenwood. Are we using all the elementary schools and the middle school? Just to name a few, what's already been named. Anecdotally, I know for a fact there's 2 fields in the high school back by the obstacle course, and in 20 years ago into that high school, I've never seen a kid on them. There's backstops there, but they're never used, and I think that you could probably rehab them for a lot less than what we're talking about. The point is not to destroy the par three. Summit has one, and why can't we keep ours? If we didn't have one, we could be talking about building because it's a great community asset. And I think as it stands out, we could easily increase the revenue. I think the people who belong, the 800 residents, and then the 200 out-of-town residents, all the people who take the lessons, and all the guests, you can get guest passes. I think they would probably not balk at fees being raised. It's not a losing proposition. And just my last point is for the poll. I don't think it's really a proper question to say, do you want the par 3 or do you want more fields? It's do you want to destroy the par 3 and replace it for 3 fields at the cost of $9.5 million? And I think that's a more accurate poll question rather than just say, what do you like better? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Balaji Jayaraman. I stay at 60 Pine Terrace East, Short Hills. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to come here. I want to place my comments on 2 parts of it. One part, just to share with you the increasing relevance and importance of the sport called cricket. Just for example, the US Olympic Committee has now considered and approved USA Cricket, the authority here in US, as a part of Olympic sport, and they are providing grants and other things, resources which are available for any other sport. Second part, we had our own under-19 team represent USA Cricket in South Africa. And you know what? Couple of girls coming from our neighboring township, Livingston, they represented USA Cricket in South Africa as part of the team. So the third point, look at the neighboring township, whether it is New Providence or Livingston, or if you go out further into Monmouth or other Middlesex County, you will find multiple venues being provided, fields being provided. We have now this year onwards, last year was the first year when we had a national championship for the USA Cricket being held for the first time in Texas and in Florida. And you know what? Next year, we are going to have a World Cup being hosted in USA and Caribbean islands, which is going to be open for all the countries who are playing. So this is definitely a growing, important, relevant sport. And I can also share an Economist article for people who are a little bit more numbers-minded, how they are considering that this is a very good match for USA and cricket as a sport. So that is my first part. The second part I wanted to share is in terms of what are the efforts we have done already. As in, I've been a resident for the last 6 years. And I have been going to the rec committee, and I know I've met up with Chris, both the Chris's per se, on multiple occasions, and some of them were also asking what about the other fields out there? We were approached, and Board of Education wrote to us a letter saying that you cannot use any of the BOE fields either for Glenwood or for high school or for any of the elementary schools, whether it is Wyoming or South Mountain or any of them. So, and even the Short Hill Greens, which has been one of the resident posted, even there are some restrictions which doesn't allow us to have a field to play the sport. So my only concern here is let us go for a poll, let the public really give their opinion and go with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Jay Morelli, number 1 Claremont Drive, and my wife's also going to speak, so if you could combine our time so that we don't get beeped off in the middle, we'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. First off, I'd like to thank Mayor Miggins for meeting with myself and a number of residents to hear and discuss some of the safety concerns here in town. So thank you very much, Mayor, for your time. It was very generous and very helpful. I'm going to go off script here and talk a little bit about the golf proposal or the cricket proposal, whichever, I guess, side of the fence you're on. And full disclosure, I play on the par 3, so my views may be slightly coming from that perspective. But I'd like to say that was a great discussion. For the first time ever, there is unanimous feeling that public input should be taken in. This is a first for me. I came here with the restaurant. Ordinance. There was no public forum, no question and answer. A petition of 80 people, and it was nope, we don't care. It took 5 times to get the overlay zoning ordinance information to finally happen. I asked numerous times, that finally got pushed through. So it's great that this group is taking public input before moving forward, and I think that's phenomenal. With that said, I will say the presentation was maybe a little one-sided. The benefits that the golf course, maybe there are no benefits of the golf course, but there were none mentioned in the presentation. I know that there's youth golf programs that go on there. I know that they hold an annual tournament. I've played in the tournament. I know that hundreds of people come out. There was no mention of the number of hours that golfers play to compare the hours. So I think an information session would be good. I think it would be great if the information session was two-sided to show what the benefits of the golf course are relative to the potential playing fields. And I'm not against the playing fields. I think those would be fabulous. But we need to make a trade here, or if we make a trade, we should at least have full disclosure. So take it for what it's worth. Next comment. A couple comments that from last meeting, which I couldn't attend in person and I couldn't contribute remotely on. So let me bring up a couple of points that were made. Referring to a public session on fair share housing discussion with Attorney Cantor, one member of the TC said, having that communications and having that session is a must and a good thing to do. Again, good thinking. Engage the public. On a related note, there was a mention last meeting of negotiations with fair share housing and the comment that we could not disclose the negotiations. But I wonder if Mr. Mariziti could tell us whether it would be permissible for the township to tell the public what the goals of those negotiations are. For example, are we arguing for more or fewer overlay zones, higher densities or lower densities, taller buildings or shorter buildings? Are there other zoning changes? Is that permissible? Can you say our goals in negotiating are this?
Thank you, Mr. Morreale. You can let your bride do it.
Thank you. I'm Pat Morreale, 1 Claremont Drive. I think the last point that we'd like to make this evening is that we'd like to add our name to the list of those requesting the remote option to participate in town council meetings. For example, a lot of people travel, there are evening conflicts. I noticed about half of our attendees have joined us, say 7:30 or later. The only argument in favor of removing that we've heard is that it was not in place before COVID. But honestly, a lot of things were not in place before COVID. We'd like to remind the town council that neither sidewalk seating nor street closures for restaurants existed before COVID, but we're keeping those. And we find it somewhat ironic that while the remote option will be kept for TC members that are out of town or experts that the township wants to present, the option for taxpayers is planned not to exist. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morreale.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rakesh. I'm from I stay at 4 Gilbert Place, Millburn, New Jersey. I'm just here to, first of all, thanking everyone for a great presentation and then, great input about, the presentation and then, about how, township is planning to use Part 3 for the fields and cricket fields and all. I'm all in support of, certain people who have already spoken about cricket. I just want to bring only one point. I have seen certain people who have come here and talked about the revenue that golf course is generating, and it's like biased presentation that was given in terms of not a real comparison between what revenue a certain thing can bring versus what revenue golf is currently bringing. I can just assure you, the day a cricket field is going to be a part of our community, you will not believe how much revenue it can bring to the organization or the township. It's a lack of, I would say, a lack of information at this point of time, where we are not aware about this cricket enough to, bring that particular decision about certain revenue generation with respect to, and I'm not against golf versus this versus that. What I'm just bringing into it is, give us a chance to prove if at all a new game or a new facility can generate certain revenue, and I think as a contributor to the town, we could prove that this would be a revenue generated facility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jean Pasternak, 342 Hobart. At last year's Tokyo Olympics, Millburn was represented by a female Olympic rowing athlete who grew up in town, yet we have no rowing facilities. I'm aware that families here travel wide and far to participate in that well-established global and American sport, so I think it's hard to accommodate everything. I would like to request that the Fair Share housing resolutions be postponed. After listening to the Fair Share hearing last Friday, I think there is no other choice. We have been misled again as residents and taxpayers. Extensive comments were made by the new Fair Share attorney Cantor and members of the TC at the last public meeting, promises about overlay densities being renegotiated with Fair Share, but not a single mention of this at the hearing. What's going on? Please advise us, as our lives are going to be greatly impacted by the turmoil you're creating, not having done any feasibility studies and keeping residents totally in the dark with the Fair Share Housing Settlement Agreement. I recently learned that the redevelopment plan for the DPW site was known to be needed by the mayor, town attorney, and others at least a year ago. Was it postponed until after the election? At the hearing, it seems that there was no plausible explanation regarding why the DPW dump project redevelopment plan was never done. Please explain why this was delayed and why, once again, this is being done without any residents' input. It would be unconscionable for you to agree to an open-ended financial guarantee in Resolution 23066 by Millburn taxpayers regarding any shortfall for Fair Share Settlement Agreement projects. Is it for more than 9 Main Street? There are many possible unknown costs, such as remediation of toxic hard metals, and they have not been researched. Why would you agree to something that is essentially a blank check on our behalf? Whether it's about the $9.5 million spent on the Par 3 or other capital and transformative projects, public engagement should be the first step, not the last on the list on the path forward. Why is that Mr. Viniak and Mayor Miggins want to take a poll now for this project, yet based on the voting last November, the majority of the town voters rejected the Fair Share Housing Settlement Agreement? Why didn't you heed our desire based on that election? With the new meeting rules, why are you not allowing a second comment period when you have been requested on numerous occasions to do so? This is another way in which the Township Committee could welcome public input and engage sincerely with residents, but you choose not to. You've unilaterally removed the Zoom virtual participation option, Mayor Miggins. Why? You were asked last meeting, you didn't answer. You inconvenience residents. I would not have come here with a broken ankle and much rather remain home to connect via Zoom. There are other members of the community who are ill, traveling, who want to participate and cannot. It makes no sense. What is your policy regarding questions being submitted to the Township Committee prior to public comment? Since you removed Zoom, would you be willing to allow questions to be read into the record and answered by any member of the Township Committee? Can you describe who sets the priorities for capital expenditure? When have you sought input from the community? Please give an example. Our town can do better. We need to have strategic plans, and we need to involve our community in every spend that we're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Pasternak.
Christine Best, 15 Fairfield Terrace. I wanted to thank Christine for sending me some really nice informative emails. I really appreciate all your time, Christine. Thank you. Just getting back to you guys on 5G. I'm actually going to read some excerpts from, I copied all of you on the email. You probably didn't get a chance to read it yet because I sent it out around 12 today to the Environmental Committee, who pretty much turned me down and has zero interest in actually assisting your or giving you any guidance. That's basically what I inferred from Roger's email. So I wrote him an email directly, so I'm going to just sort of paraphrase here. I just said to him that I was disappointed that you refer to the amazing countless organizations of well-respected scientists, doctors, environmental advocates as those who produce just opinions and have no basis in science, or as groups that produce disinformation chain letters. More importantly, you've declared an outright refusal to investigate 5G safety. Statements such as this only further illustrate the minimal awareness that currently exists from the Millburn Township Environmental Commission, which is by having a meeting right now, by the way, that they didn't even post the location of and actually left like January 10th meeting information. So I couldn't even try to attend while attending this simultaneously. So I found that very annoying. That was the third time this has happened. They clearly don't want to engage, and no one else goes to the meetings except for me. So I think that's his point of view. He has referenced 0 non-industry studies that have corroborated his point of view, and there's been 0 safety studies that have been done on 5G to date. There are copious amounts of significant science on lower level cellular technology frequencies, which is already concerning. The video link that I sent in the email is a really good place. I really hope you guys, it's an hour-long video from a scientist from the University of New Hampshire, and he actually developed a commission that was legislated. It wasn't like some bunch of housewives in Short Hills, like 5G commission. So I really think you should listen to it. It explains to you how 5G works and the dangers. And I know it's really boring, Maggie, I'm sorry.
No.
So I know it's late. So anyhow, he headed up the state of New Hampshire's 5G commission. He's highly credentialed scientist, and he speaks to safety, unlike Mr. Lupo, the hoplite consultant that you hired. And I highly recommend you do a background check on him. Maybe you didn't go past his hoplite consulting website, but I did just a quick reference on his LinkedIn page. And he actually he's a real estate attorney. And really what he does specialize in, it appears, specializes in real estate transactions in technology, which is great. It's helpful for you guys to do a deal for cash, getting what you need to get out of it financially for the township, great idea, but you need other consultants, you need safety consultants, you need experts in science. So I also included some links to the Petaluma, California Wireless Code documents. You'll see that they actually went against some of the federal legislation. And I also want to point to you a very important court ruling with the Children's Health Defense Fund that was won, I think, in 2021. And basically, the court ruled that the FCC's decision in 2019, that is 1996, from 1996, I want to tell you, that's the last information they put out, radio frequency emission guidelines adequately protect the public was capricious, arbitrary, not evidence-based, and is in violation of the Administrative Procedures Act. This court also found that the analysis provided by the U.S. Federal Drug Administration, on which the FCC relied for its decision, was also not evidence-based. There's a lot more information. I know my time's
Thank you, Ms.
almost done.
Best. It's
And
finished.
to read through the whole thing, there's also, I just want to tell you, there's also 3 areas in New York City that have neighborhoods, I'm just saying little areas, that have declared some type of 5G moratorium and doing further studies about it. So it's really happening. It's not just like me complaining.
Thank you, Ms. Best.
Good evening, Jerry Kung, 17 Lee Terrace. I commend Committeewoman Prupus for her continued efforts to uncover the truth behind the fair share housing negotiations. We as residents are still awaiting a satisfactory response as to why our town is liable for the construction of a 75-unit income segregated housing project that goes above and beyond the already satisfied RDP obligation. Could it perhaps be the case that Maggie was a willing and complicit participant in the shakedown of our town? That might explain why she squirms in silence and defers to Alex every time the topic arises. It would also explain why our town's professionals have been instructed to obstruct residents who seek answers to this simple question. But the complicity doesn't just end there. It extends to our enablers, Michael, Sanjeev, and Annette. All 3 of you have deflected by stating that providing affordable housing is the law. No one in this room has ever suggested that we shirk our state-mandated obligations. So please, stop insulting our intelligence with this fallacious straw man. But since you're also fixated on the law, could you please explain why our agreement exceeds the RDP calculation specified in state statutes? And then it goes even further beyond the inflated RDP by adding the dump project and the Woodmont project. Do you think it's acceptable for our town to be forced to exceed the law with no explanation to residents? Consider this analogy. We all know that paying taxes is the law. No one disputes this. If you retained an accountant who gave you bad advice and you subsequently found out that you paid too much in taxes, what would you do? I should hope that you would fire the accountant, get a new one, and then make sure that you pay the right amount in taxes. Affordable housing is no different. There's a clear way to follow the law when computing the RDP. There's a clear way to satisfy unmet need with simple rezoning. Just take a look at North Caldwell, since apparently we now love comparing to other Essex County towns, where our new judge is from. So again, I ask, why are we building the dump project and the Woodmont project when our RDP has already been satisfied with the other projects slated to come online? Residents want to know why we are overdeveloping our town beyond what's required by state law. It is your responsibility to be critical thinkers and demand an answer to this simple question. Maggie, you stated on March 10th, 2022, that your goal in the negotiations was to try to get densities down as low as possible. Do you think it's fair that the B2 Millburn Avenue zone has densities of up to 40 units an acre? Do you think you did a good job in the negotiations, considering North Caldwell achieved a more than 80% discount off their unmet need under the same special master and without building a 100% affordable project? Do you believe this process is fair? And if not, are you willing to write a public letter to our state legislators asking them to fix this clearly broken process? It is long past time for you to back up your empty words with action. Your silence is deafening.
First, I want to give you all belated wishes for a happy, healthy, and successful 2023. This
You
is
as
my
well.
first, thank you, I certainly with the emphasis on healthy. This is my first in-person meeting of the year, having been unwell for the past 5 weeks. I got sick and I didn't expect it to last 6 weeks, but it happens. The last time I was able to address the committee was via Zoom in December, when I first got sick. That's when I made a suggestion that seemed to be well received. As Richard Wasserman had stated at the time, in response to what I had brought up, he said, "I don't always agree with Fran, but I think this makes sense." He was speaking about my suggestion that the TC come up with its own sum deemed reasonable for the Taylor Park Gateway project and bring the number to the design firm as a guideline, rather than the other way around where the design firm dictates to the TC. Now, I'm mentioning my last interaction with the TC here tonight, not because I want to discuss the Gateway project at this time, but because my suggestion was made possible that night by my use of the Zoom communication technology, because it was the end of December. Now, you all know I've written to the 5 TC members, I've written to all of you, and requesting that you please return Zoom to the township in order to reinstate the state-of-the-art communication device. And I thank the 4 of you who were kind enough to reply to my email. Tonight, not only am I requesting that you please reinstate Zoom for the purpose of enhancing township communication during TC meetings, I am also registering a protest against those of you who are willfully shutting out your constituents. I understand that you, Mayor, do not want to make it easy for those who would like their 3 minutes allotted time to speak at a TC meeting from the comfort of their home, sick beds, or other remote locations. The excuse that you did use, I think the first time you brought it up, was that other towns have terminated their Zoom. That's a poor excuse because 1, many towns have kept their Zoom, and 2, since when does being a copycat ensure best practices? Zoom can be reinstated at any time. It will not cost $9.5 million, $160,000, $2. I would almost be willing to pay for it myself as a charitable contribution. I ask, with all the knowledge and experience I bring to the table, some of which includes my 40 years as a township resident and homeowner, along with 25 years as a journalist who fervently believes in free and open communication.
Thank you,
In
Ms. Feld.
conclusion,
Thank you, Ms.
please,
Feld. Ms. Feld, thank
as
you.
members-
Thank you, Ms. Feld, thank
as
you.
members
Ms.
of the
Feld,
Democratic
thank you.
Party-
Excuse me, Ms. Feld, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, I'll send
Thank
this to you.
Thank you very much.
And you'll just.
You can send it to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Remember that
you.
democracy dies in
In the
darkness.
darkness, know all about it. Thank you, Ms. Bell.
I spoke too slowly.
Hello,
Charlie
Mr. Dwyer.
Hobart Ave, Short Hills. Just want to make a couple of comments. As far as the Zoom, it's already been said, why are we going backwards just because somebody else isn't going to do it? It's like saying, they're all jumping off the cliff. Let's jump too. Why? Should we go backwards? Zoom should be back in play. Things have changed. It's part of the technology that is of the future. As we talk about fair share housing, and there are obviously other people in this room that are more versed in it than I am. I'll give you my observation based off the conversations of Friday. We are where we are. We're not going to win in the courts. We have to move forward from here. We have to act as a community to move forward, regardless of the contamination that has been stated at the current site. EPA is not going to allow you to develop there if it can't be remediated in some fashion. And it's been documented, I'm sure town council can attest to this, in other communities such as Jersey City, that there's been developments over there in toxic waste sites that have happened. Look at Newport, look at Society Hill on 440 in Jersey City. That was a chromium dump waste over there, and they built, right? So it's possible. So let's stop fighting over these things here. We can move forward, but we've got to be creative in the next rounds. This is a boxing match. We may not have won the first round, but we've got other rounds that are coming up. It's a boxing match. We got to prepare ourselves for going forward here. How can we be creative in minimizing and mitigating the risk on a go-forward basis as a community? So what I would suggest is people start looking at going to the state legislatures, go to the county, and have them make the arguments to correct what is wrong in this state as it currently exists. One other statement on the fields. We are field short. We need to do something. We have to be creative there as well. How we go about doing that, we have to, again, collectively come together and figure out how we can best serve our community and the growth of that community, especially for the students that are going to be coming up. We know Board of Ed fields are available, but they haven't necessarily been, conducive in letting us all use them in the way that we would like to. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Dwyer.
Thank you for showing us today. Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Strasberg, Under Cliff Road, but for the next moment, I will be channeling Fran Feld. As members of the Democratic Party, you may be aware of the fear felt by many across the country that democracy is under threat in the United States. I would say that by removing Zoom at the grassroots level, you are making a strong contribution to the notion that democracy dies in darkness.
Thank you. Well,
No worries. I agree with Jay and I agree with Fran that Zoom needs to come back. It's not fair. It's not fair to all the people who work all day, who commute home, who are driving their kids places, who are helping them with homework, who can't afford a babysitter, who can't find a babysitter to come here. It's not right. It's not fair. There is not, well, I think Mr. Vinayak has kids of a young age. Maybe your wife is home with them. That's great. But the rest of you are empty nesters and you're not dealing with that kind of time crunch anymore. So it's just not fair. It's not fair to the public. It's not fair to the community. If you're worried that too many members of the public are going to speak, then that says way more about you guys than it does about us. Anyway, I would like to speak about the fields for a moment. When I saw the email this morning, my heart sank and I called the Chris Drucker and said, what are you doing dumping the par 4? Par 3? Where are my boys going to play golf? And, he explained to me what the Rec Commission was doing. I've been a very strong proponent of everything that the Rec Commission does for our kids. I have 3 very talented athletes who have used all of these fields and played through rec, played through travel, played through the high school teams. Every town in New Jersey seems to have better fields than we do. It just kind of is what it is. I don't think we should have to make a choice between cricket and golf. It feels wrong. I understand cricket needs a place to play. I don't know why they were told they couldn't play in the places that they've asked. We need more soccer fields, we need more baseball fields, we need more lacrosse, we need all of this. But I don't know that it should be at the expense of the par three. To me, it feels, and this isn't any kind of age comparison, but it kind of feels like we'd be knocking down a senior center because we need a childcare center. And both of those things may be needed, and maybe we need to take, and I'm not criticizing what the rec commission's come up with at this point, but they're only presenting one solution. And I don't think that's a solution for the issues that we have. There won't be an opportunity for people to play golf affordably in our area. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Strasburg. Public comments are now closed. Thank you, everyone. At this time, our professionals and committee members may directly answer any questions made by the public. Please only directly answer questions that you may wish to comment on, and do not request that of other members or professionals. It's not a time for dialogue or debate. Members of the public may contact the township or township committee at any time outside of our business meetings. Thank you very much. And I'm going to start with Mr. McDonald, our business administrator. Is there anything you wish to comment on with all the comments?
So the one thing I do want to speak to is Mr. Urso's comments about the garbage collection. Previously, we had put out a letter regarding commercial property collection. And that letter was sent to the 41 businesses that we had anticipated were being picked up by the private hauler. And I've said this previously, but I'm going to say it again. And then we had discovered that more businesses had been putting their garbage out, and subsequently Giordano picking it up. So we realized that the number needed to be adjusted in who we communicated with about that commercial pickup and the ceasing of that commercial pickup. We then resent out a letter to the entirety of those businesses as well to let them know that changes were in process. We have scheduled a listening session in which businesses are welcome to come speak with us and ask questions. I believe that is February 16th at 8:30 a.m., correct? And we're happy to answer any of the questions that are behind this. I can't speak to the direct questions about Committeewoman Prupus and Mayor Miggins. However, I would assume that they were taken off the list because it was known that they are not being picked up, as well as other businesses by Giordano. They were just included in a sort of a census of businesses from this point to this point. And, you know, for instance, a good example of that is, Cycle Bar that no longer gets picked up by Giordano, but was in that sort of tract of businesses. So this is a very, very common practice in which when businesses open, that they are factoring in that garbage collection is a part of a cost of doing business. And at this point, we have a very low number of businesses that are being picked up by our private hauler. And that was the impetus behind the decision to go forward with a cessation of those pickups. That being said, her other question about savings is that the township will receive savings when it comes to the tonnage when it's dropped off. The reason that Giordano is not allowed to pick up commercial businesses is because then it would defeat the purpose of understanding what tonnage was being sent to the incinerator. And so, as I understand it, there are plenty of garbage businesses that are hungry for work and also soliciting some of these commercial properties. So that is some of the explanation behind that, and certainly happy to talk to people on the 16th especially her tenants that may have questions, wish to ask them directly of myself and others in the township. I don't really have anything else that I'm going to directly answer at this point in time, but I will answer the one question, and maybe Mr. Cantor can also assist in this. But in terms of the township settlement agreement, I did answer this when it was asked to me at the last meeting when it came from Committeewoman Prupus, that the township settlement agreement, and I think Mr. Kung also answered this question in his statement, is that the township agreed in the settlement agreement to a RDP of 114, which is being satisfied by various developments. But in terms of the 75 units on Main Street and the Woodmont property, that is correct, that it is outside of the RDP calculation. However, the township does have an unmet need of nearly 1,300 units. Again, that's not to say that 1,300 units are going to be built. However, that certainly those 75 units plus the 39 units from Woodmont, if it is approved, are part of satisfying that unmet need. And so that is why those two properties are in the settlement agreement. They go towards satisfying that unmet need, similar to the mechanisms like overlay zoning, rehab, different things like that. So again, just not hiding behind that. Everything that Mr. Kung said is accurate. That those properties are outside of the RDP. We are satisfying the RDP as well as a portion of the township's unmet need.
Good.
Yep.
Mr. Did you want Mr. Cantor to make
Unless he has anything to add to what I just said.
Yeah, I don't really have much. I mean, I think I was covered.
Okay.
That aspect.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Vinayak, do you have anything you'd like to?
Yeah, while Mr. McDonald was saying, I heard something about the auditor. I think we follow all the processes here. Do we have anything that we have auditor not doing something?
No, I'll speak to that. I think what Mr. Felder is referring to is that we currently have an RFP out, or had an RFP out for auditor for 2023. We've received 3 responses. We do plan on having that on the February 21st meeting.
But the question was for 2022.
Yeah, to 2023. The appointment of this auditor will be auditing 2022.
Okay, so we are following the process.
We're fine right now.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And then, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Droyer. Thank you for coming in and beautifully saying what you were saying. I agree with everything you said. And when I say I agree with everything you said, I would also be open to opening up online Zoom participation, not creating a drama here or poll or this or that, but if you guys are up to this, because I've heard from so many people, I think it'll be a good thing to open up in this township where the technology has risen, and I could be open to that. Thank you.
Do you have anything else, Mr. Vinayak? Any other questions?
I'm not trying to add to the drama here, but so.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Prufus, do you have anything to add?
I do, thank you. So just following up on Committeeman Vinayak, I am going to put forth the motion that we open up Zoom for.
May I request you to
Continuing.
keep it to the end when everybody's done here?
Yeah, can we do just public comment? Responding to public.
I'm
Well,
just
that is
requesting
responding
you.
to public comment. So there is no, I can propose a motion. I mean, I can put a motion on the table I don't think I'm breaking any rules, Joe.
I think it's the order of the business that we're talking about here. It's not a question of whether you can put a motion.
So when would be the appropriate,
I think it would be what we're in the process now of responding to public comment. And once that's done, and before or after you consider the consent agenda, would be appropriate time to do it. Because I'm going to make a response to comments I heard that fall into my category. So I think I would suggest that you make your motion before, during, or after the
The resolution.
resolution?
So in
So
other words-
I need to know, then I'm gonna get a second turn, because I'm gonna get a second time to speak
Yes,
before we go into resolutions, but then I think that that should actually be denoted in the rules and procedure of order of business. If motions are gonna be put to the table, like, we need to have a place for that.
you could do it in new business. which
But
is
that's
all
not,
the
I
way-
don't think, that doesn't follow the rules and procedures either, so that doesn't work as well. So I'm good for, I just need to make sure that there's a place for, I mean, we vote, emotions
I
been
think
able to
what
come
he's
up at
saying
any
is-
time, and I could do that now, and I hear you.
Let's finish speaking to what the townspeople, what their.
Well, that is what the towns, every single person got up to speak about Zoom.
So is that the only thing you're gonna speak
No,
on?
I have lots more to
So then
speak
keep
up.
going then. That's what we're trying to say. Continue going and then that will come back up. I promise. That'll come back
Well,
up.
I
However.
need, okay, so I need to know after everybody else is done speaking,
Yes, then you could bring it up.
I'm gonna be, okay, good,
Okay, so that's what we're saying. Then you can
great,
bring
so
it up.
that motion's gonna come back.
Yep.
And just so that we did not hear one person come up and say, please, please, do not put Zoom back. So, to that, okay, so moving along. I wish we could have public comment specifically about presentations, because a lot of good points were raised about the fields and about how the poll, that it can't, right, and it can't be, no one's saying it's gonna be cricket versus golf. I mean, that's not the question here. There's many other points to the fields. We're not specifically just talking about cricket. And so I feel like there were a lot of good points made about how that poll should be worded. So when are we gonna talk about that, or how is that version of a poll gonna look to make sure that the money's in and all the fields?
I think what's important for the people, from what I'm hearing, money's important, clearly always, but whether or not there is the part 3 no longer existing and instead becoming fields, I think that's really a basic question, yet it's a very important question because it really does change the community by not having that. That's something that the community
Right.
is known for
And
having.
the dollar amount needs to be in that question as well. So I guess I hope, Alex, well, you can always go back and look, but in terms of formulating the question, which you said, like, it is important how that question is formulated.
Correct.
And I think that, I mean, I would like to see the question before it goes out. And maybe it's something that we can put that question at the next meeting and kind of just give a little bit more time so that that question can be public and we can get other input in it before we put it out. And then also a referendum, right? I think, if I'm correct, a referendum for a November ballot needs to be made by March. Is that correct, Christine?
I thought it was in August.
Okay, great.
We
So
gotta
I'm
see
not-
the calendar though. We have to look through the calendar.
Okay, so that's way longer. I thought for some reason I thought it was like a March thing.
We go on in November, so I believe
So-
August, but I can get you that date.
Because, I mean, a referendum is always an option and it doesn't cost, maybe it costs a little bit to put a question on. I actually don't know the answer to that, but that might be a better way of doing it or another way of doing it to get more of a response. So maybe we can draft a poll question, come back and talk about it in 2 weeks, and then also
Give it a month then. Yep, that's fine.
get people's input on that question so we don't run into, oh my God, these questions are awful. Can we address the amendment to the overlay zoning as it pertains to the settlement agreement at this point? Because we have not yet addressed that question.
Mr. Cantor?
Madam,
Thank you.
So I think it's twofold. There was some negotiations. It did not result in a new agreement based on the parties. And we also had a lot of pressure from the judge to move our agreement forward and have compliance. And it's unclear whether the judge would even entertain an amended agreement, but we didn't get that far with Fair Share Housing.
So the agreement that was signed off by the 5 previous members of the committee is the one that we are still sticking with the judge at the present time.
Yes, Mayor, and you know, some of the public comment about things being done in the dark, the settlement agreement is out there, and the township is doing those things and only those things that are in the settlement agreement.
Okay, thank you.
So-
Mr. Rupes, anything else?
Yes. It was brought up a question about, will Summit guarantee Millburn residents membership at their Part 3? That question needs to be answered. Do we have an answer to that question?
So I reached out to them to find out if they offered the non-resident memberships, and I simply asked them if they would take Millburn residents, and they said yes. I will obviously, after hearing the troubles it sounds like that some of the residents have had in the past, getting out of town memberships there, I will definitely reach out to the director over there and try to find out if there are in fact restrictions and
Time limits.
and time limits especially. You know, again, the discussion I originally had with them didn't seem like there were any, you know, opposition to having any of our residents get out of town.
Okay, but we have 800 residents, is that correct?
811.
811.
800, so,
yeah.
so we need like, that they're gonna take our
Yeah.
811 residents, if we're gonna say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and that's also assuming that our residents aren't also members. There are some members we have at the Part 3 now who are also members over there as well, as they pointed out. So we have to, you know,
You
there's.
just, well, they should be able to give you that number too.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So I'll
More
find out for more information for that.
They consider it a joint
And then
cricket
the,
summit?
wait, so the high school fields, can you just address, because it's come up a few times about like, can you address
Yeah,
why?
everyone's saying there's the open space behind the high school. Those are currently active fields. When we brought up the playable hours, those playable hours are included in those fields. It's not a lot of hours. You know, we don't have priority on that field, and that's kind of what we're trying to inform everybody about is, you know, we're at the mercy of high school athletics and any other school events that go on any of those Board of Ed fields where they have those fields.
Okay. So the questions to be submitted, if we have Zoom, we don't need that. 16. Okay. Black History Month. I'm not sure, like, our township has never done anything. We brought up tonight a lot of neighboring towns which do. So it seems to me like that may be something like CETA would seem the appropriate committee to address that. So maybe you could bring that back to them and also let them know what Ms. Owabi is doing at the high school, and just as we move into the next year, maybe CETA will take that up in some way. Timeline for the redevelopment plan and all that. When can we? When can
I
we?
will address that.
Okay, so you're gonna address that in
I'm
your
gonna address
comments.
that,
Awesome. In 23-066, we could talk about at that time. Okay, so this is a big one, and in terms of, there is a recall happening, or a petition to recall, and I think it is really important that our residents know that they won't be retaliated against. And I think it would mean, I know it's like it's sensitive here, but I think it's important to state that we live in a democracy, and a recall is part of a democracy, and that we all up here respect people's right to not want us to serve them. And in terms of saying, you do not need to be scared. We live in a free nation, and you can use your voice and you can use your name and you can use your vote, and you don't have to be scared in Millburn Township. I think it's really important. So Sanjeev and Maggie and Alex too, I think it's important for you to state that to the residents. For that purpose, like, we live in a free nation and people shouldn't be scared to say they're not in agreement with their elected officials, and that is our right. So you'll do with that as you will, but I think it's important to make that statement to our residents, and so that they know you're not going to retaliate against them, which I don't think you're going to retaliate. I don't think any of us have that retaliatory nature, and I know sometimes there's situations that come and people question it, and I don't believe any of us are ill-willed up here, and I think we are trying to do our best to serve our community. So I'd like to put that at ease for people, and you will do with it as you'd like or not like to. And I think that is all, and we'll come back to the Zoom motion.
Sure. Thank you so much. Mr. Cohen? You're good. Okay. Ms. Romano, do you have anything?
Yes, I'm glad that Committeewoman Prupus mentioned that cricket is not the only sport. We have hundreds of kids in our town that participate in softball and all different sports. And it's not just cricket, even though that's what the majority of everybody spoke tonight. I'm glad, Mr. Myers, you talked about the priority with the schools. The rec does not have priority with the school fields, and also that Old Short Hills Park is not even on the table, right?
Why? Because there's limitation, you cannot put anything there.
There's limitations, there's deed restrictions there. It is, there's restrictions on the facility. There's only so much that we can do. However, if that is something that the town would want to pursue, it is an option. It is the only passive recreation area that we have available in the town. It's just something that would have to be considered.
How big is it, Short Hills Park?
Well, it's the exact acreage I can't tell you, but it's a large space. But
So
there are certain. I'm
sorry, but when they say you can't do it, so we can do it. Are you saying?
There's deed restrictions on certain areas of Old Short Hills Park. Some of the restrictions could involve whether or not you can have permanent structures there, like lights or goals. The terrain over there is not ideal, so it would have to be completely changed, just like the golf course as well. So, but there's no deed restrictions on the golf course. That's part of the reason, why it's a potential option. Again, it's just an option. So.
But is it deed
There's far other issues there. One is that property was bequeathed to the township in 1972 by Peter Blanchard's family, and those restrictions came as a result of that. Sort of bestowing on the township. Not to mention that park borders Greenwood Gardens, which is an asset in the township, and again, the passive recreation space of that coincides with the Greenwood Gardens property. Again, I'm not speaking to it in favor. I'm just saying as to why this was not brought up as an option. And I think that in the amount of additional paving that you would end up having to do there to accommodate parking as a result of the lack of parking there would also be potentially problematic. But most importantly, I think, is that property was bequeathed to the township for passive recreation purposes.
So as far as I heard about that property there was a deed restriction as long as the son is alive. Now,
correct.
The son has also passed away. That deed restriction could be up for negotiation. I don't know. But if that could be the case, we can use as many fields as we can in the township. So we should look into that as well.
Yeah, for sure.
And also getting back to the school fields, we should also, I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, but the recreation department approached the superintendent and the principal of Glenwood for cricket and was told no. So there's no relationship with the township recreation department and the schools.
Was there a reason,
I think we are making this too much as a cricket and golf, whereas this is not cricket versus golf. It is about 3 fields that these guys are talking about. Any field that we can get, whether that's for baseball, whether that's for soccer, whether that's for football, we need more fields, whether that's turf field or that's grass field. If we can just get those fields, I would take 10 if we can get 10. So as far as all the fields that are owned by the schools, we don't have a say. And they have enough going on their field. So 0.5 field is what we own, 2.5 field is what school own
Artificial turf fields.
on artificial turf. And you've seen the other towns. So I think what we are trying to boil this down to cricket versus golf, that is a mistake here. This is not cricket versus golf. I've been on the rec commission for 2 years and they've been asking for fields.
I think that just
Forever.
happened because so many people came up to specifically advocate.
So
for cricket.
let's not take this towards that. In the presentation, what I saw cricket was the last thing mentioned, one point, and then everybody started taking this towards cricket. So this is not golf against cricket. This is golf versus or just fields. We need fields for kids, for grown-up, for everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Mariziti?
Yes, I have a couple of things to talk about. One was already addressed by Mr. Cantor, and that was the question that was directly asked of me about the negotiations with Fair Share Housing. So I want to talk then about the redevelopment plan. And the original concept was that the project would not proceed as a redevelopment project. It was a development project, which was perfectly appropriate under the state statutes that I talked about at that time. But as time has developed, and as I understand it, because of the additional beneficial financial capabilities that are available with the redevelopment project, a focus has been put on looking at the adoption of a redevelopment plan for that particular area of the public works site, not the entire site, but the area upon which the 75-unit, 100% affordable project would be located. That redevelopment plan, if that is the approach, would be very, very specific to that project and very focused on that description of what would happen there. Now, the process for a redevelopment plan calls for the plan to be adopted by an ordinance. It requires a public hearing, so there would be public participation in the adoption of a redevelopment plan. The redevelopment plan, before it can be adopted by the governing body, must first go to the planning board, not for planning board's approval, but for planning board's review to determine whether it is consistent with the master plan. And that would then be a function that the planning board would have 45 days to complete. And if it completes that process sooner, then the governing body can then adopt the ordinance afterwards. If the planning board determines that the plan is not consistent with the master plan, nonetheless, there is a way for the governing body to adopt it nonetheless with a supermajority and by stating on the record the reasons for coming to a different conclusion. It's not anticipated that in this case, the planning board would find it to be inconsistent because of the adoption of the housing element, which focuses on this project. And that process that I just described will take some time. It takes time to prepare the plan, to present it as the introduction of the ordinance, forwarding then a resolution to forward the plan to the planning board for its statutory review, and then for it to come back to the governing body for the second reading and public hearing on the ordinance. So contrary to the impression that it would be something that the public would not be involved in, it is required that the public be involved in that process. I have been involved in redevelopment throughout the state and in connection with the adoption of redevelopment plans and redevelopment agreements in many areas of the state over the last 20 years. And that's the process.
Can I take 5 minutes?
Oh, yeah, we tried to have the phone, we never mentioned our Yeah, never put that on the face to the name.
I think that they maybe like did all of these, and that's why
You know, it's
behind Millburn High School, like there's fields behind Millburn High School.
Yeah.
That's why
Your response. We're doing it to satisfy the unmet need. Why are we doing it to satisfy the unmet need? We want to call it 10 years.
At the end of the day, I can make the communication. Whether they.
If you get another test.
I don't know, yeah.
Because the unmet need, the bar for unmet need is pretty high.
Talk to the
in order to satisfy.
Yeah, because
No way. I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'll be sitting there camped out. That is one of the most beautiful parks in the state, and you cannot trash that park. All they do,
I've never been there.
I understand that, but they don't, it's not an everyday field, and they've not, no, but it's not, but I'm saying, it's not, there's not that many people like games there. Exactly, that's different, there's not white lines on it, there's not astroturf on it, it's also got wetland issues, and they're not putting lights, I would lose, I mean, I would lose the town. Nobody on Fairfield, I live on Fairfield Terrace, so I have nobody on Alexander and Millburn. It's the same thing there, I know, but that's the thing, right, that's the whole thing, the thing is that this is like,
It's hot. It's hot in here. Maybe we can open the window. I am warm. I've never. No.
Was
it white?
Yeah.
I saw them on your, on the.
Yeah. I think I left it in here.
Here we go. Okay.
So just one other item, and this is to speak to Mr. Sakamondi's point that he asked me directly regarding retaliation. I have no intention of retaliating against anybody with regard to the recall. One is that I am tasked with enforcing the ordinances of the township. So I hope, and the day-to-day business. And so I hope that if individuals are asked by a code enforcement officer or somebody else that if they're in violation, that they don't construe that as retaliation, but just me doing my job. All right. But yeah, I have no intention.
I'll tag along with that. I think it's a free will, whatever you want to do.
Thank you.
You voted me in. If you want to vote me out, your call.
To Tara's point. Okay, Tara, Ms. Purpose, you wanted to announce
It's
the
time for the motion.
Yes, now it's time.
All right. I'd like to put the motion out that we resume Zoom capabilities for our township committee meetings from here on forever. It was off. Should I re-say it again, or? you got it?
No, so what do you want to say how she should, how?
Yeah, you
would
can
want-
reword it for me, Jeff.
No, I think that says it well.
From now until the end of time.
Resume
Yes.
the Zoom function. And that would be the case until you change it.
Yeah.
So that would be the appropriate.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Is there a discussion or no?
You can have a discussion, sure.
Well, you know, I'm prepared to vote for it, but I think that there needs to be some ground rules, including that anybody that participates in Zoom needs to have their camera on and identify their name on the board, and that, you know, so that there's not just blank screens with people talking, saying who they are, which may or may not be who they are, and no one can see.
Is that in the form of an amendment to the
Yes.
resolution?
So yes, I'd like to amend that to say with their cameras on.
So would you accept that amendment?
Can we still
Yeah.
discuss?
Yeah.
So I don't think I've never felt that that's actually been a problem. Just as being up here, I've never once felt like someone was impersonating themselves or we didn't know who was talking. So I never felt that was, and I never felt that was an issue in the years that we were doing Zoom. And I personally don't, like, if I'm homesick and like, I'd rather be off camera than on camera. So if that's the only way you're gonna vote for it, then that's fine, but I don't think it's necessary. I don't know how anybody else feels about that one point before.
Yeah, I think it's a fair ask. I would actually vote with that condition on as well.
Okay,
So is that a motion to amend the
You do.
motion? And is there a second for that amendment?
Second.
Which would require that the Zoom resume.
Mr. McDonald wants to make.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make a couple comments. One is, in particular, we haven't had Zoom, the ability for people to put their screens on as a safety concern. Zoom bombing or just something inappropriate, or, I think there's been concerns over that. Certainly that is less frequent when you're allowing people on from a webinar and you're understanding who they are. But I think that was the rationale behind that. I just wanted that to be clear before everybody. Go ahead, Jesse.
The other limitation is on Zoom, when you bring someone in as a panelist, that's the only way to see their video. When you remove them as a panelist, they get booted from the meeting. So I wouldn't want to boot someone from the meeting just because they gave a comment. And the way we do the webinar is that you keep the meeting here, but you bring the attendees on to voice their concerns when needed. But unfortunately, to my knowledge, it only permits them to speak, not to show the video.
I just think that there's an extra anonymity that doesn't, with Zoom, that doesn't happen when people come to this room. Because they have to face the, be public, show who they are. And I'm prepared to make the accommodation for Zoom, but if we want to make things equal, then, that shouldn't be a way to hide behind a Zoom session.
Well, how would you take them out if he takes them? So everybody is on Zoom without video. Okay, I'm just rethinking this again. Now, when they come in to make question, they can turn the camera on. But if we keep that they have to keep the camera on, when he boots them out as a panelist, they will log off. So there's a technical issue there, which I think.
It doesn't. First of all, I don't think it removes them as out of the Zoom.
But what you just mentioned also.
The safety of
Hold on,
like
one
the
at a
video.
time, please. I'm sorry, one at a time.
Do a test to make sure that's.
Yeah. So we can verify.
I have a question for you, Jesse. When there was Zoom and that was a problem, when there was Zoom and the YouTube, there were always issues with sound, et cetera, when both of them were on. And now it appears that with the YouTube, there was no issues as there were. So tell me, can you explain that? Because a couple times we had people upset because they would Zoom wouldn't work or the YouTube, things were kicking off.
So Zoom's algorithm reduces our video and audio quality when we do it YouTube only. If you notice and you watch the videos on YouTube, the sound is clear and the picture is clear. That was the limitation, is when you feed it through Zoom, it reduces the quality, and there was no way for us to get around it. It was just Zoom doing it. But that's the reason why people notice the difference now.
So when if perchance we go back to Zoom and the YouTube, which people have, there will be that problem again. Is that correct?
That issue would come back where the video will look grainy and the sound will be a little less clear than it is currently.
Okay. And it doesn't matter if somebody turns their volume all the way up.
Correct. It's just how the audio and the video are coming in.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
When you do it, you're doing it as a webinar and not a Zoom meeting?
Correct. I do that because otherwise people would just be able to unmute themselves at any point and disrupt.
But you can set it so that everybody's muted and you unmute them and mute them back.
No, but they could always unmute themselves. So the reason we do it as a webinar is that this body maintains order from the meeting on the remote side. I would have to do a test, like Alex said, to make sure that if we brought people on as a panelist, that I'd be able to remove them as a panelist, but they wouldn't be booted from the meeting.
And even if they are booted, they can just come back on though.
No. So when you boot someone for that meeting, it does not permit that IP from getting back, which has been an issue previously. Yes.
Okay, so everybody's clear about that. If perchance you're on Zoom and you're promoted as a panelist, meaning you're going to speak.
And that issue goes away if we.
But then we should just
Take
keep
that
the
video
Zoom
thing out?
how we had it.
How we
we're
had
saying
it?
they were getting booted.
How we
No,
had it
how we
was
had
fine
it,
from the
only to show the
participant side.
picture, Maggie.
Yeah.
What I would have to test is to make sure if someone is brought on as a panelist, that when I remove them as a panelist, they don't then get booted from even being a participant, which used to be the limitation in the webinar feature. I'm not sure if Zoom changed it or not. There was a period when we would bring a professional on as a panelist, and then I would remove them as a panelist, but then they wouldn't show up on the participant side. So I would
don't remove them as a panelist, what is that within my right to do? What if you don't remove them as a panelist?
If I don't remove them as a panelist, because they're still a panelist, they can unmute themselves at any point to interject.
The planning board does it.
Yeah, you can
don't
promote
do
and
that.
demote people.
Well, I appreciated everybody's comments tonight, and Mr. Dwyer, thank you for your comments tonight.
Yes.
This is of particular importance. The township committee is also going to have to determine whether you are just allowing the Zoom option, right? Because if that's if it's just allowing the Zoom option, then the public needs to be very clear in understanding that if for whatever reason during a township committee meeting the connection is lost or Zoom goes out, that does not preclude the municipality from conducting its business and continuing its business. That there's not a fight against, well, you didn't, the fact is that the meeting is still an in-person meeting. That is an option.
That's the standard template.
But we've been like that from the beginning. For
Correct.
how long have we been like that,
Since
Christine?
March 2020.
We were hybrid for a bit, and then we were fully in person with remote capability for probably a year and a half.
Okay.
We were noticing our meetings that way.
Yeah.
If I may suggest, if you guys do pass a motion this evening, perhaps it can be solidified at the next and be very clearly laid out, like what the understanding is.
Okay, fair enough. Just knowing all the limitations, and in turn, what does that do to the other boards?
I'm sure you'll get a request to go back in.
To have the boards meet in person, but to still have a Zoom?
No, they can't do that.
The boards
land use
cannot.
boards- Land use boards cannot be a hybrid.
Land use boards cannot be hybrid.
What we're
They're
doing
all in
today should
Zoom
be
or
just
all in
what we
person.
see.
But can the public comment part be in Zoom with those other boards?
I don't believe it can.
I
Yeah.
haven't seen the latest version of the guidance.
So maybe we could find that as well, because of course that will probably become a question as well. Don't you agree?
But can't each board handle that on their own at this,
I think public comment is public comment, regardless if it's us or planning board.
Well, the issue becomes, well, TC's allowing us to have a Zoom option. How come you're not planning board? Why do I have to come down to make a public comment? That's gonna be the,
That's right, yeah. Well,
That's
why
gonna be-
It has to be across the board, I think.
Depends on what
but
context.
can you have, the question becomes, can the boards have the Zoom option the way you're suggesting for the TC? Can the other boards do that as well? They're gonna have to meet, so they can't have both, is what you're saying?
It has been my understanding that they cannot have a hybrid meeting, right? That they're either all in person or all on Zoom.
Okay,
For the members,
for the public, we're talking about the public though.
for the members first, right?
Mhm.
Hybrid, you're saying, when you're saying hybrid, there are 5 members sitting at home or in office, and the others are sitting,
Well, that's certainly true. I think it's something that we would just need, again, that does not impact the committee's decision at this point.
Sure, but it's just,
But it's something
future
that we
thinking.
need to understand further.
okay.
so where are we landing?
There's a
No.
motion and a second.
Yeah, there's a
On
motion.
the table to re-allow Zoom with the understanding that one must show their face when they're making a public comment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did I get that
So
right?
but if Jesse's not able to do that capability,
We'll have to make another motion at the next
That's
meeting.
all. Yep, we'll have to change it.
okay,
Call this one.
so you'll work on that.
We'll do tests depending on what you decide to do. We'll do a test and see what you do.
but
Well, then-
any which way, this is an additional service. So if anything happens, technical issue happens, we're still conducting our meeting.
Correct. We're still conducting the
Yeah.
business of the township, which is what we,
And the quality of the YouTube
and the
channel
quality
will
of
go
the,
down.
is gonna go down. Everybody needs to know that.
Well, unless you decide to just eliminate the YouTube live.
But some people, maybe, well, why would you do that? Because YouTube doesn't cost anything, but Zoom does cost people if they have Zoom, correct? Cost you money, a monthly fee to have Zoom?
Zoom
No?
is free,
Zoom is free, it cost us.
right, it doesn't cost.
Pardon?
I believe the video feed is the same if you download the Zoom video the next day and then put it up. Right, we can look that up and see.
When will this be effective?
Well,
Not next meeting, because you said you wanted us to, you're gonna put something together on it?
That's up to the committee. I just wanted to formalize it by resolution, just so it's very clear what you guys are wanting to do.
So I would guess if Jesse's tests work, then it could be at the next meeting. If Jesse's tests don't work, then it won't be, and we'll have to make a new resolution at the next meeting, and it would go for the following.
agreed. All right, do we have our motion? Do you want to say it one more time?
So I move that we bring back the Zoom option with the requirement that anyone making public comment have their camera turned on.
And do we also have to talk about the fact that it's not,
And that if there are technical limitations, it does not mean that the township's business is interrupted and we can go on. without
correct,
it.
the business meeting is still the business meeting in person, this is just an extra
Right, this is an extra accommodation.
accommodation, okay.
I second that.
Well, I think it was already seconded.
It was.
Oh, great.
Well, actually, I take that back because it
It
was
was changed.
modified,
Motion.
changed,
So it does
and,
need a second.
but we didn't have a vote on one that was moved and seconded.
That one will just pass.
Do you
We'll
agree to
table
Yeah, that's
withdraw
fine.
that original
I'll
motion?
withdraw that, replace it with the one I just.
I agree.
Okay. We're ready for a vote.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Prupus?
Yes.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Vinayak?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Consent agenda resolutions. We will now consider consent agenda items 22-050 through 22-063. Are there any comments from the committee in regard to any items listed on the consent agenda?
I have a question about 23059. Can you just explain what that is?
Yeah, this is a grant for pickleball courts at Giroux Park in the location of the tennis courts and the utility sports court.
When is that plan? Oh, they're gone. When is that planning to
Well, we're
Applying for the grant.
Yeah, we're applying for the grant, but we're also putting this in our capital budget, so this would be a reimbursement to what we're already planning on spending.
and when will it be up for the spring,
No.
summer?
Yes.
Okay. And run through the rec department.
Correct.
Cool. 23062. I've just never seen that before. What is that?
Christine, can you speak to that?
Yeah, there's a requirements for selling secondhand jewelry and precious metals. So it's in our ordinance and you have to apply and go through a licensing process with the clerk's office. There's a whole chapter in our municipal code I can share with more details on that. Just like background checks and all that, so making sure you're not like stealing.
Stealing the
New Eyes for
goods
the
and
Needy
selling
has done this, I would assume.
New one. Oh, no, you're talking about the
62.
Yeah.
The secondhand jewelry is New Eyes has done that, yes. New Eyes has
Maybe
sold it, yep.
So they've
Yes.
already.
Sorry, they do raffles as well. So I was like, hold on, which one?
But they sell
Yes.
secondhand jewelry.
Yes,
So
yes.
anybody that sells, I've just never seen this on our.
Yeah, we've had them,
Anyone
not
that
as often.
sells secondhand jewelry has to get a license and follow some kind of.
Process, yes, some
Process.
background checks and just an application process.
And then just the tax, the next one, 63.
And that's similar, so that's a process that they go through with the clerk's office and the police department in regards to licensing their vehicles and ensuring they are safe and background checks and
But Uber doesn't have to do that, I guess.
they do not. Because I think they're all licensed through in California, they have some sort of, right?
And for instance, like, you know, so at one point, a livery company had a driver from Pennsylvania and they were denied a license because you're not allowed to have an out-of-state driver.
That seems very unfair.
Okay, thank you.
May I have a motion to approve Resolution 23-050 through Resolution 23-063, which are listed on the consent agenda?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Ms. Prupus?
Yes.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Vinayak?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 23-064, are there any comments from the committee in regards to Resolution 23-064, which was also listed on the last agenda?
I have a comment. First, I would like to make a motion to add the second public comment period at the end of the meeting. Does anyone want to second that?
No.
No? Okay. So Maggie, you wouldn't be able to have reported on the police ticketing or the police town hall if we pass the rules and procedures with the new paragraph. Are you aware of that? Okay, because there's some other things that I think are worthy of being reported on, which I didn't do it during the reports because I just didn't do it then. But I think that in the future, certain things like our local food pantry is in urgent need of the following items: snacks, tissues, napkins, paper towels, laundry detergent, boxed milk, whole skim 2%, white and brown rice, pasta sauce, no glass, canned potatoes, canned fruits, applesauce, no glass, grape jelly, no glass, yellow mustard, mayo, no glass. And donations can be brought to Millburn Town Hall. or 15 Cypress Street in Millburn at any time. So I think that's something that would be really important when the food pantry is an urgent need for us to get it out through at a township committee meeting.
May I say something?
I would, no, I'm not done yet.
Sorry.
Thank you.
A second.
I wouldn't be able to report that the Millburn Lunar New Year Festival is happening. And it's happening on Sunday, March 5th, from 12 to 5. The rain date is 3/19, and it's located, they had it last year, and it was a great event, Millburn Avenue between Main Street and Douglas Street. I wouldn't be able to share with the town that event's happening.
Well, Ms.
I'm
Lucas
not done
reports.
yet.
I know, but I'm
I'm not-
going to just interrupt you a
Wait,
second. I have the
why,
floor.
wait, excuse me, wait, you
Excuse
can't
me.
just interrupt me when I'm speaking,
I
that
can.
is, you
I
can?
What I
Point of
wanna
order,
say
wait,
is
hold on, you
reports-
can, the mayor can just say, I'm gonna talk now when I'm like in the middle of what?
The mayor runs the meeting.
Thank you.
Yes, the mayor runs the meeting.
Wow.
It's within her discretion.
So wait, she can interrupt anybody at any point?
Yes.
Yes, I can. So what
Well,
I wanted to say
Definitely
was.
not voting for these rules and procedures,
You're-
but sure.
You can bring that up in different business. You can bring that up in old business. You could bring that up in new business if you want to. But the idea about the reports, especially it's important with our reports, is that the township knows exactly what's going on within the town on the different committees that we all serve on. And I think that's important, especially because they want to be able to speak to anything that we're reporting on. And that's why it's important for reports. But you'll be able to speak to all of those things. You can add it to old business or new business. You can add it to, you could just like Christina. you're
Okay,
gonna
because
bring
I
it
thought
up.
I thought you guys were trying to censor me
Oh, God, no.
or like didn't want me speaking, and then I was like so nervous that then you were gonna take away my ability to comment after public comment. That happened one time last year, right?
So that's not what
so
this
there's
is.
prom-
This is just
okay, so
about
I'm just like
reports.
moving where I'm making my town announcements.
Correct, that's all.
To
But
new
this is
business,
just
okay,
about
because I have a few
reports.
more that I will then put in new business.
You can speak to the end, but this is just about.
Got it, and only you
reports.
can interrupt me. Okay.
Mr.
I'm done.
Minaya, or no, I'm sorry, Ms. Romano.
All of the comments that Committeewoman Krupas made would have all come up during our committee reports for the various boards that we serve on.
They
Like
didn't
the
come up
food
tonight.
Well, because Local Assistance Board is meeting in March.
But the food pantry, there's a need right now.
Yeah, but not for all of the items that you listed.
Actually, this was just posted on Work Moms, like February 5th. So I guess you got a big order in.
Yeah, we did.
Well, that's
I have a
awesome.
picture I can show you.
So I don't need a picture of it.
However.
But today's the 7th, so that went on the 5th. And I think that's really important. Like, Annette, I don't think you need to tell me like, oh God, you shouldn't report on the food pantry. So
I don't think she was saying that, but what I think she's saying is everybody does spend a lot of time and energy, their precious time, serving on committees, and that it's important that that message gets out there. Ms. Romano reported on 7 or 8 committees that she's serving on this evening to
that's
let
great.
the public know what's going on.
I wasn't saying that she can. I just want to make sure I have a space in the meeting to report on all these things. And I have a few more things to report on, but I'll leave them till new business. Just as long as I know.
May I have a motion to approve Resolution 23-064? May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Prufus?
No.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Vinaya?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. 23-065 was endorse the Millburn Township Housing Element and Fair Share Plan. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to Resolution 23-065?
I do. So the redevelopment plan is not talked about. Is it talked about in the housing element and fair share plan? That we need a redevelopment plan?
No, it isn't, because you don't need a redevelopment plan. It's an option that.
But okay,
It's an option.
but we're doing one.
It is something that has been proposed, and I suspect that you will approve it, but until it is voted on after the public hearing, second reading, I can't say you're doing it.
But part of our housing element and fair share plan is this redevelopment plan.
No, it's not the redevelopment plan.
No, the redevelopment plan is in that. It doesn't need to state that,
It does not, the redevelopment plan, if that is the approach, is a method by which you would implement the requirement to provide the 75 unit, 100% affordable housing project. It's a tool to use if you choose to use it. You may choose not to.
but it doesn't need to be listed in the housing element.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
no,
defer-
Yeah.
Mr. Marzini is right. The 75 unit is part of the plan, but how we get there isn't part of the fair share element plan. It's exactly what you said.
Okay, got it. And the other question is like, did the public see the plan? Do they have,
I believe it's been opened and it's out there and it was part of, and it was at the planning board. I mean, it's out there. It's
I got it this
but I mean, like, have they been able to like review the plan before we vote on it? Or do they not need to? Or have an opportunity to?
Can I?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the Township Committee. Graham Petto, Principal of Topology, serving as Township Planner. The housing element and fair share plan before you this evening attached to the resolution was considered at a public hearing before the Planning Board back on July 20th of 2022. Public hearing was held in accordance with state statute and the municipal land use law. The Planning Board is the sole adjudicator and adopter of master plan elements, and this housing element and fair share plan is one of those component elements of the master plan. In accordance with the Township Settlement Agreement, term number 18 stipulates that this body must pass a resolution endorsing that adoption of the plan element, the housing element that was done by the Planning Board. So that's the resolution before you this evening, is to just recognize that act by the Planning Board and certify that.
Okay, so we're recognizing an act now that was taken in July 2020.
That's correct.
22.
Thank you.
22.
July
20th,
2022. Okay, why didn't we take it last year as that board, last year, the board of 2022 why didn't we vote on that in 2022? Did anything change in it?
There's been no change to the document. I mean, and there can't be a change by this body. As I mentioned, plan elements are the sole jurisdiction of the Planning Board. So they're the only body that can do amendments or changes to this document.
Okay, and it doesn't need to mention that there's a redevelopment plan happening.
As Mr. Marizzi stated, the plan just needs to contemplate, the different terms of the settlement agreement, of which one is the 75 units. The mechanisms to which the township should achieve that can be done by a number of different mechanisms: property rezoning, through redevelopment process. But as long as the objective is met by whatever mechanism or means that is.
Wait, so then why do we have to do a
Excuse, Mr. Feld, Mr. Feld, this is a business meeting. Mr. Feld, this is a business meeting, sir.
Why do we have to do a redevelopment plan then?
It's not a requirement that you do a redevelopment plan. It is an option. It is a tool.
But
We're not there yet.
Guy, but we're not talking about any other options.
Yes, the other option is the option to proceed with a developer agreement rather than a redevelopment agreement. Those are two different animals. In order to have a redevelopment agreement, you must have a redevelopment plan. If you have I'm sorry, Mr. Feld. If you have a redevelopment plan and a redevelopment agreement following that plan, that brings with it additional financial tools that are not available to fund, finance, and support the project if you were to go forward with a simple developers agreement, which is the track we had been on. And so as a result of conversations with the financial advisor, he suggested we look at this as an option. So it is an option. There's not a document yet prepared. You will be voting on it, and you will be able to vote yes or no on the adoption of a redevelopment plan. And then, if that is adopted, the next step would be to vote on a negotiated redevelopment agreement rather than a developer agreement.
That's the one you represent.
So
Mr. Feld.
Can, but if we're do we have to choose one way to go?
Ultimately, but not tonight. not tonight.
So will there be, will maybe Bob Beneke, if he's the one, is someone gonna come forth or in closed session and present those two different paths?
I suspect that's what will happen, because that's a decision that's yet to take place.
Right.
And there are considerations in that decision that you will consider, and the township committee will make the decision which way to go.
Okay.
But not tonight.
Got
We have a long way to go yet before we get there. There has to be a drafted
Is there a
redevelopment plan.
date for?
What we're
Fair
working
with
on
courts?
with the court, with Fair Share, is an outline of a timeline, because we are being pressed for dates. And so we are working on a schedule of events that have to happen. We're in conversation about that. We don't have a specific date yet. We haven't come to agreement on that. We put forward an outline, a timeline to follow up on all of the many steps that need to be followed in order to adhere to the requirement of the Fair Share plan.
Okay. Got it, thank you.
Are there any other comments? May I have a motion to approve Resolution 23-065? May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Prupus?
No.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Banayak?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes. 23-066, intent to fund spending plan shortfall for affordable housing programs. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to Resolution 23-066?
There was a comment in the public comment section about having some kind of floor and ceiling on that. Is that something in here, Mr. McDonald, or
That is not.
what's that?
That is not. The township is, and Graham can speak to this a little bit further, but the township is required to satisfy its settlement agreement. So, and that is by whatever means necessary, again, finding additional funding, using the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, shortfall funding, which could be through bonding or other mechanisms, grants, things like that. So there is no floor or ceiling. The floor and ceiling is our satisfaction of the settlement.
What is that? Last word?
Our satisfaction of the settlement agreement.
Okay.
So it could be anything. We have no idea what it's gonna be. And it could be anything, and there's no way to cap it.
There is again, and I think that the point here is that there is a point in which this committee would not look for an expenditure through the public funds. In other words, if for instance, the development is 12, let's just say it's $12 million. The township committee can make a decision as to whether they are going to fund that. But the idea of this is that you are expressing an intent to fund that, but you may say, look, we're not going to fund that. We're going to find a different way to go about that. We're going to redesign the project to make sure it can get this type of money, or so it is again, there is not a floor or ceiling. It is an obligation to satisfy your settlement agreement through a shortfall funding. And it is a common resolution with regard to communities that have a rehab requirement and or a municipally sponsored 100% affordable project. Graham, I don't know
if I may.
Yes, please.
Again, Graham
Thank you,
Pedo,
Mr.
Principal with Topology, Township Planner. If I may, I'd like to talk about this resolution and the following resolution kind of in context and in concert with one another, because I think that they probably should have been reordered. But I'll talk through that and explain the mechanisms as to my rationale. So as noted, again, term number 18 of the executed settlement agreement between the township and Fair Share requires that the Township Committee endorse the Housing Element Fair Share Plan, which you just did by resolution, and also adopt the Development Fee Ordinance and an accompanying spending plan. The Township did adopt its Development Fee Ordinance number 2600-22 back on May 17th of 2022, which established the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and associated development fees. A requirement of the New Jersey state regulations is that the Township must adopt an accompanying spending plan. how that money is to be used, how that money is to be spent. And sections NJAC 5:93-5.1C and NJSA 52:27D-329.2D both outline the requirements, the subset requirements, and the components of a spending plan. One of which is this intent to fund statement by the Township Committee. And the full set of requirements are actually listed in your resolution for the spending plan, which is the next resolution. One of which you'll note, it's number 8. It says the manner through which the municipality will address any expected or unexpected shortfall in the anticipated revenues from development fees should they not be sufficient to implement the plan. I hope that helps kind of clarify the relationship of these two.
I have another question about the rehabilitation part of the spending plan. Are we there yet?
But
Yeah.
I know that I made reference to the next resolution, but I think the pending resolution for your discussion at this point is 66, which is the
Okay.
intent to fund.
Oh, wait.
May I have a motion to approve Resolution 23-066?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second,
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
yes.
Ms. Prupus?
No.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Banayak?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Resolution 23-067, requesting approval of 2022 spending plan. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to Resolution 23-067?
I have a question about the first of all, do they have a copy of this? Does the public have a copy of this?
Christine, do they have a copy?
For the spending plan.
Just the resolutions, just because they were drafts, as far as I know.
But we're voting on them.
Correct.
But it's not like nobody else other than the 5 of us has seen it.
It's not to my knowledge, I don't know. It wasn't in the packet, I'm not sure if it was distributed otherwise, in any other way. It was a draft, to my understanding.
You can wait till next meeting.
Okay, so I have a problem with us voting on stuff that the public hasn't seen and then don't even get to comment about at all. And it just goes back to like the presentation of the fields and then us having a conversation about it without having the public comment because they're really smart. We have the smartest residents and the smartest people sitting in here. And I, for one, would like to know what they think about all this before I vote on it. So I think we're doing this out of order, and I actually think that they should get a chance to look at what we're voting on. And I'm appalled that they haven't. The rehabilitation, so no one knows what I'm talking about out there, but so the township intends to spend $50,000 on rehabilitation activity for rental units through July 2025. Who is making the decisions on the rehabilitation units?
I'm not exactly sure. So first of all, a couple things that I just want to make clear. The spending plan was drafted by Ms. Beth McManus, who unfortunately couldn't be here this evening. So I'm doing assistance and kind of helping you all through this process. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Second, to your question about the rehabilitation, I'm not exactly sure how the township has set up and will be administered. I believe the administrative agent may help in this process.
Of course.
They're of identifying units eligible for rehabilitation funds. Typically, when you do these awards of rehabilitation funds to an existing low-income rental unit, it comes with an extension of affordability controls to keep it as an affordable unit. And these funds can be used to make improvements to the unit, HVAC systems, plumbing, upgrade bathrooms, those types of things can be used as part of the collected affordable housing trust funds.
I think the other point is that we don't have affordable units that are going to be reaching that end of sort of life
Right, 'cause we don't have-
expectancies. Right. However, then there is the possibility of trying to inquire property owners if they would like to rehabilitate units and put a deed restriction on those units.
So how does that work? Is the firm that we hire?
CGP&H.
Is CGP&H gonna handle that?
Yes. They'll handle the attempt to spend those funds on rehabilitation. Yes. But again, the rehabilitation, this came up as we were going through the settlement agreement, and the question was asked, why don't you just rehab certain? because that rehabilitation is not a directive, it is a option to those property owners as to whether they want to take funds, public funds, to rehabilitate units to make them affordable, and thus deed restrict them as affordable units for 30 years. Again, this is an estimate. I would assume that that's why that estimate is $50,000 over 3 years or 2.5 years, and is so low. It indicates that $10,000 would be spent per unit. So it's essentially looking at 5 units being rehabbed in that 3-year period.
So
Potentially.
what are they?
CGP and H.
CGP and H. They will somehow get word out
Yes.
to existing property owners.
Affirmative marketing. Correct.
Okay. So it just, then there's the excess or shortfall of funds, again, putting the township on the hook.
Yes.
Meaning like we're covered, like if we don't get the grants, if we don't get the,
Collection of the development fees.
Yeah.
They're anticipated.
like the town pays for it. I think that this needs to be, I can't believe that we're not letting people see this before we vote on it.
There's no rush.
So I really think that, I don't know if you guys are willing to take a motion to like put this at the, I do, I put a motion to let our community see these documents before we vote on them, at least this one, because we've already voted on the other ones, but I think we should backtrack it if we're even allowed to do that. And let there be public comment and public participation on these documents. I can't believe that they haven't seen it. They've seen the housing and element because we passed that in 2022.
Yes, but
That's been public. It was on the planning board.
So
But they-
what is
it hasn't-
stopping us
hasn't
on
seen this.
sharing this information with the public?
That's completely up to you. These are draft documents and draft resolutions prior to your approval.
And if we say draft on that, it should be fine, right?
Again, that is a committee decision.
How do we not listen to them before we vote on
There's
something?
so many documents that we get with this agenda. It's like 400 pages, sometimes 250 pages, and it's good to get inputs from the public. I agree, we should share. Again, only my thought process here, but I'm ready to vote for this. But it should be good to share.
Well, we'll share the documents and then there'll be public comment at the next meeting about these.
But it's after they're voted on.
This is what we are voting on
We're voting
today.
on this as a resolution to approve.
Put it off the next, we don't rush, do it the next meeting.
So I put a motion on the floor if anybody wants to second it. Nobody wants to second it.
No, sir.
All right, this is unreal.
May I have a motion to approve Resolution 23-067?
Mayor, before we get into the vote, is it
Take a recess.
okay to just make sure that we share the documents going forward on this?
There's no rush, John did it for one meeting.
Going forward,
This
I'm
is-
not
Yeah, we
talking
gotta
about
vote on
to
this
stop
tonight.
this,
Yeah,
yeah. Okay.
I have a resolution, I have a motion to approve Resolution 23-067. May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Krugas?
Yes.
Absolutely no.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Banayak?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes. Thank you. Special Resolution 2023 Assessment Roll. I hereby open the public hearing for any comments on the 2023 Millburn Short Hills Business Organization, Inc. Special Improvement District Assessment Roll.
Good evening, my name is Jeffrey Feld. I'll give you my address, you know who I am. We have to be very careful. Earlier this evening, we heard about feasibility studies and prior buy-in. That's never occurred with the city. There's a lawsuit pending as to the validity of this entity. At the last time we were here in December, we asked questions. We still not have received any answers. There are people that own properties that who would be obsessed that had no ability to make comments at this public hearing. As to unanswered questions, you know what really blows my mind? Earlier today, we were hearing about the deficiency and the deficit at the golf course. Why don't you apply that analysis to the SID? The SID gets a subsidy of at least, $62,000 as an appropriation. We know based on SID meetings, he talks about other things that are given to the SID that they don't pay for, that we pay for. Use of lease-free use of the building. Various times you had cops. You know, we've been asking for questions as to when, before the SID was formed, how much did you pay for the Main Street closure? Still have not had the answer. I've been asking you personally, because the secretary of the SID posted on a public website that I filed frivolous litigation. I asked Mr. EBA and the deputy BA to investigate whether a public official defamed me. I've never had a response in 2 years. The best indication of why you should take a pause is your municipal clerk. Once the SID was formed, she cut off all contact with the SID. No feasibility study, that's a statutory requirement. Where is it? Where was the buy-in? Well, the first time I appeared in front of you in September 1st, 2020, I told you who I was. I told you my connections with Jeff Bueller, and I told you how I crushed the SID in Orange. You continue to proceed. I don't understand. There was a public notice today in the city of Newark regarding their SID. Under what statute do you issue one bill under the SID? Every other municipality does it 4 times a year. There's a question about when we're talking about the auditor. The auditor has never given an opinion whether the SID is a controlled entity under the tax code of the United States because you control the appointments and the elections. The people that get assessed have no right to vote out who are on the trustees. No taxation without representation. I don't know if you guys understand who you're dealing with when I thank you for complimenting who's in your constituents. You might have committed tax fraud on the IRS to get a 501c3 designation without disclosing that as a controlled government entity. It's time to take a pause about what you are doing. A fraud occurred about 10 minutes ago. Many of these people in this room watched the case management conference. There was a representation made by that gentleman in the fair share housing that you had to do this under a redevelopment plan that would be adopted under the
Mr. Feld, this has nothing to do with this. Excuse me, Mr. Feld, and you're out of time. I'm sorry, sir, you're out of time. Yes, no, you are.
Tomorrow, many of us will be marching down to clear professional
Thank you.
prosecutors.
Thank you, Mr. Feld. Thank you.
You got a chance to get.
Thank you,
judicial
Mr.
goodwill.
Feld. Thank you.
You can smirk, but you did say that.
Thank
to the
Mr.
court.
Feld, this is a business meeting, sir. Thank you. Ms.
Hi.
Urso.
So, I appreciate that you put a motion on the table, Ms. Prupus, for the virtual hearing. It is important not only to me, but to other people, obviously, in the community that are all talking about it. And as a merchant, I have to be back and forth from work, and not everybody has the hours that this committee holds. So, in regards to Resolution 23-068, I would respectfully request that both the mayor and Committeewoman Prupus recuse themselves this evening because both have a conflict having their business within 2 of the 5 special improvement districts. Second, respectfully yours, Committeewoman Romano and Committeeman Cohen. I don't even know you, but I do appreciate your commitment. You should not vote until you can comfortably commit that you fully are aware, understand, and are knowledgeable of all aspects of this entity and its issues. There is more going on than enjoying the events, which are advertised as free, but certainly not. Have you been privy of any opinion as to the validity of this entity? Would you agree to litigate or mediate? I would ask that you take this opportunity to be leaders. Number 3, I ask this body to please explain the purpose of Resolution 23068 on your agenda and explain the appeal procedure and process. You expect property owners to put on an appeal at a public hearing with 3 minutes to speak and no option to participate virtually? What about property owners that work during meeting hours? What about out-of-state property owners? I have spoken to a tax appeal specialist actually today, and they did not have an answer as to what appeal process would be and if any for a special improvement assessment. I am also waiting a response from, coincidentally, Mr. Feld mentioned Jeff Bueller from the state of New Jersey to get answers to my questions. I've asked your department heads last year to explain the policy and procedures for an appeal, and I was told there is none. Coincidentally, that email came after a notice that I received saying that there was going to be a notice of special hearing for an appeal, but yet there was no option to appeal. So I ask, which is it? And why is this resolution on your agenda tonight? As a property owner, can we appeal the assessment or we can't appeal the assessment? Which is it? Why have certain properties been removed from the SID assessment in 2022 and 2023? And why is the township discriminated against many of my family's property and treated our properties differently from these others that have been eliminated? There is a particular property which also should be removed from the SID assessment. Also, why is it that certain properties that are benefiting from the SID, however, not subjected or have been exempt from the SID assessment? I should not have to provide this information. You know I've done my homework. Requested by specifically your SID executive director. It is
So
key.
if you could wrap it up, please. Your 3 minutes is up.
I understand, Madam Mayor, but you're giving the public 3 minutes
Yep.
for an appeal.
That's right. That's right, 3 minutes.
Okay, he's getting paid well enough to bring back this board. I would like to take a moment for people that could not come, and I would like to speak on their behalf to let you know their concerns because they can't do it by virtual meeting.
No, but they can send us their information. We all have email, and they can email all of us any of their concerns. And your 3 minutes is up, and I thank you very much for
So you're denying me
speaking.
the opportunity to speak on other property
No,
owners.
they can email. We all have emails. We all have email addresses.
But
They
you're going
can
to vote on a
email.
resolution.
They can email us. They could have emailed us. They have access to us. Thank you. Thank you.
Jean Pasternak. Why are you taking steps to continue an entity whose legal validity is subject to ongoing litigation? The judge has not dismissed the case where this organization, Explore Millburn Short Hills, is subject to question as to its validity. The judge admonished Millburn and recommended mediation and not litigation. Thank you. I actually heard that being said because I participated in listening to that case management or that whatever it was. When the SID budget was approved in 2022, members of the public asked questions that were never answered. Will those questions be answered tonight? There are property owners, as was said by Ms. Urso, that couldn't participate in this hearing because there is no Zoom option. That doesn't seem fair. My question is Boxcar included in the assessment list? If not, why have there been so many Explore Millburn sponsored events held there? In reviewing the numbers, the total amount of assessment seems to exceed the amount that was authorized in the December meeting. It appears there is a discrepancy. Why do you continue to appoint a board of trustees? Should the board of trustees be selected by those who are taxed to support this organization? If not, why not? Isn't this taxation without representation? And finally, at a recent SID board meeting, there was what appeared to be a coordinated attack that was defamatory toward the Urso family. They have been in business here for nearly 30 years. Mrs. Urso raised a legitimate question about an illegally parked Wonder Truck on her property. Mr. Grillo and former Committeewoman Eglo made statements that were false, defamatory, and damaging to their reputation. This behavior is unacceptable, and I'd like to know your position on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pasternak.
Hello, Leah Cruz, 39 Whitney Road. I'm just going to read two statements that were given to me. I'm reading them on behalf of Perry Urso. Actually, they were given to her since she ran out of time. As you know, I am definitely against Ordinance 2561-20. I do not see how the CID does anything for our part of Millburn Ave. The property owners have had little or no input regarding the creation of the Business Improvement District. It seems that Millburn Center is the main concern of the politicians in this town. Why isn't there transparency in the community's decisions regarding the CID? We are being taxed without any benefit to the property owners. And then this from another business owner.
Who was that business owner, please?
I don't know.
It'd be nice if you'd let us know that.
We'll send it to you per your request.
Thank you.
This from another business owner. Since COVID and during COVID, businesses have been hurting and trying to get back. My business was closed for 4 months when COVID started. Many other businesses have also been closed. We are all trying to keep our businesses going. Town council keeps looking for taxes for their mistakes, also cutting services for businesses.
And whose was that?
Thank you.
I don't know.
So statements without people. Okay.
Jerry Kung, 17 Lee Terrace. Just wanted to, because Mayor Megan just said statements without people. Well, perhaps it's because people are afraid of retaliation, which we would not commit to not doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, I will now close the public hearing. Would anyone like to address any of the comments that they heard this evening?
I just have a general question
Sure.
as to what this resolution is and why we're voting on it.
This resolution is for the assessment roll. The township had passed a budget at the end of last year. This roll are the assessments for each property based on that budget. Again, I think to answer some of the other questions, there's an ordinance that explains what properties are exempt as well as what the appeal process is. So this is what each property is going to be assessed based on that budget.
Okay, and have there been properties that have been removed or eliminated from the bid?
Sure. There are properties that are removed, there are properties that are added based on whether they have certain exemptions. If it's a vacant property, not vacant, not having anybody in it, but a vacant property where there's nothing on that particular piece of property. If they become more of a percentage of residential as compared to commercial, all of those things factor into the assessment level of those properties.
To
And
a point of
whether they're gone.
removal and elimination?
For instance, there is if it's a residential property, it would be removed. If it's 100% residential, there are properties that
So
will.
has that happened?
Again, I don't know the properties that they're speaking of specifically. Nothing was listed, so I can't really speak to that. However, for instance, the Wells Fargo building used to be a commercial property, and that would have been assessed. However, then that property got demolished and is now being turned into residential and retail.
Yeah.
So there will be a portion of that 4,000 square feet that will be assessed in the CID, and the rest of that, which is
But it
residential.
lost the larger assessment of a of the bank.
Yes.
Wells Fargo, got it.
And he says this is another example.
Andy says it's developed. That sucks. Boxcar, do they get assessed?
However, I just want to address that. And he says has been rezoned. Okay. So they are no longer assessed. Boxcar is not assessed.
Because it's township property.
Township.
So, and every year we have to, the township committee, now, would that happen, does that happen with any bid? or just the structure of ours? Like, they do that with the DMDA? They approve the
Yes, yes.
role?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? May I have a motion to approve Resolution 23-068,
So moved.
which authorizes adoption of the 2023 Millburn Short Hills Business Organization, Inc. Special Improvement District Assessment Role?
So moved.
Second.
We have a second. Okay, I have a roll call vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Brutus?
Yes.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Benaya?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to
Okay,
prevent
do
an
you want-
ordinance.
What, can you
Yeah.
give me 1 second?
Sure.
Yeah, I wanted to address the issue about whether the mayor and Committeewoman Prupas should recuse themselves because they are in the area, and the answer to that question is no, that's not necessary. There's an exception in the statute on local government ethics that specifically says when there's a member of the governing body that shares an interest in common with a great many people, that is not a conflict. And one of the examples that's given is if members of the township committee own property in the municipality, they're not barred from voting on the budget, taxes, and things that affect property values. So I see no problem with the mayor or Committeewoman Prupas having voted on this resolution.
Thank you.
I would like to present an ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2631-23, bond ordinance providing for Phase 2B, 3B, 4, 5, and 6 of the township's applicable share of the flood mitigation facilities project of the joint meeting of Essex and Union counties, appropriating $3,440,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $3,440,000 bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof. A brief, Alex, do you want to give?
Just tell everybody what the bond's about.
Yeah, this is the flood mitigation facilities again. These are the phases 2, 3, 4, and 5, 5 and 6. We had originally passed phase 1 previously. And so this is the rest of our obligation, which again is being funded at 90% through FEMA. So our final obligation of these bonds that have been passed for the joint meeting facilities in this major flood mitigation project that they're embarking on, our obligation will be 10% of those bonds that we've passed.
And just to clarify, this is not the township flood mitigation
Correct.
projects that we are trying to do internally here. This is more of the joint meeting, Essex County.
I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with the law and the item and hearing for final passage on Tuesday, March 7th, 2023.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Pruitt?
Yes.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Benaya?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ordinance 2632-23. Ordinance amending recreation fees in Chapter 8 Parks and Recreational Areas of the revised general ordinances of the Township of Millburn. The purpose of this ordinance is for the township to revise fees for Millburn Township Rec Department programs. Anything to add to that?
No, this was discussed at the last meeting. The recreation department sets a range, and they raise that range every 3 to 5 years based on what's occurring. So that they then make sure that they operate within that range for fees.
Okay. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law on the item and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, March 7th, 2023. May I have a second? Second. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Pruitt?
Yes.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Benaya?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Benaya, you're scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2633-23.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to present an ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2633-23. Ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and Zoning Ordinance. Mr. McDonald, you want to give a brief history or explanation?
Yes, this is the overlay zone for Canoe Brook Country Club. And this had been attempted to be introduced last year. This is 8 dwelling units per acre at the Canoe Country Club, and is a mechanism of our compliance for the affordable housing settlement.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law in the item, and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, March 7, 2023. Since chairman is not there, may I ask the second?
I think you're presiding because the mayor has a conflict, and the minutes should reflect that she has left the room during this vote.
Can I have a second? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Prupus?
No.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Banayak?
Yes.
Thank you.
This one, right?
The fire truck.
Deputy Mayor Banayak, you are scheduled to sponsor ordinance number 2629-23.
Thank you, Mayor. I present for consideration an ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2629-23, bond ordinance to authorize the acquisition of a new ladder fire truck, including original apparatus and equipment, in, by, and for the Township of Millburn, in the County of Essex, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $1.5 million to pay the cost thereof, to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriations, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds. Tonight is the time set for public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
I declare the hearing open.
Again, my name is Jeffrey Feld. I have no opposition to this capital bond ordinance, and I want to commend our CFO, he's posted the annual debt statement and the supplemental debt statement for these deals, because we're circling back to the presentation earlier today on the rec field and the golf course, and we're talking about debt. It's very important to people to understand in their supplemental debt statement that this year our parking utility is not self-liquidating. That's a major event that should be disclosed to the public. In addition, I invite everyone to look at the annual debt statement, because there's a difference between authorized but not yet issued debt. The real true measure of what our indebtedness is, we should be looking at our authorized but not yet issued indebtedness, which is higher than the amounts that are in the slides. In addition, when we talk about debt, we also really should need to look at the debt that's also owed by the Board of Education. And I'm just saying that when we do go out with this survey, polling people, that people are, and there is a presentation that more clarity is made as to what the impact is of our indebtedness, especially on the affordable housing shortfalls that some of you approved tonight. Please be careful in the future about capital budgeting.
Mayor, may I answer that? So parking debt, there was a comment made. Parking debt is actually going to be paid this year. So there was about $6 million debt that we took. It will be completely paid off this year. Second comment was, Mr. Feld, you had something?
Nope.
Just wait, you're responding what the
So
future
second
is.
debt-
The fact is today that it's not
Thank you, Mr.
self-liquidating.
Feld. Go ahead, sorry.
Again,
Mr. Banayak.
to explain even further on the parking debt, we get revenue from parking deck from the people who are parking in the parking deck, and that gets paid towards the debt. And which again, as I said, it'll be paid off this year, so we'll be clear on the parking debt. Secondly, on this 1.5 million, we're approving this, and there's a 3 years lead time to this. And we have been accumulating money every year or putting in money for this fire ladder. So I don't know what was said here and what the understanding of the other people are, but as a finance subcommittee person, I'd like to just shed some light on this. So there is some money already in the block, and then there will be some money that we may have to get out and go get debt if this truck we have to pay full payment down, depending on when we are paying it. So this is a procedural thing that we have to go over.
Since Matt Laracy, our CFO, stuck it out with us so far, maybe he can shed some light on, the non-self-liquidating utility.
Yeah, so this year the parking utility is classified as non-self-liquidating, which means the revenues did not cover the expenses. This was an intentional method to pay off debt before it was have to go into long-term debt. So to save interest costs, we talked about this in the budget presentation last year. By recognizing a loss, we were able to allocate ARP money towards that.
Towards paying that off, yeah.
And certainly
to the revenue loss.
Right. So we fully intend it to be liquidated, self-liquidating in subsequent years. And the only negative of not being self-liquidating is if we were to go out for debt in the parking utility this year, we would have to have a 5% down payment. In a utility, if it is self-liquidating, that down payment is not mandatory. But that's really the only downside. And it would be a problem if it was consistently not self-liquidating, but that's not the case. It was really kind of a one-year measure to pay off our debt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment, Jean Pasternak. So I appreciate using this bond ordinance to enhance public safety, and of course I support that. However, I have a question about how the Township Committee goes about prioritizing capital expenditures. In light of the PAR 3 presentation involving possibly $9.5 million or more in expenditures, in light of the Board of Education's referendum plans, I think they were discussed on Sunday, in light of Fair Share Housing's unfunded liability that we just heard you talk about, in light of the huge future infrastructure costs for up to, may not be, but 4,000 new housing units, not yet studied. What is the process that will be employed to assess, conduct feasibility studies, do cost-benefit analyses, seek and include public input, conduct a strategic plan, and set priorities for the millions upon millions of tax dollars in spending over the next 1 to 10 years? What long-range strategic plan do you have in place for CapEx spending? Can you share this with the public? Are you choosing projects and expenditures based on what criteria? Can you share that criteria with residents? Is it projects that will garner the most votes at the next election, or is there some other more concrete criteria that you're
Ms.
using?
Pasternak, we're talking about a fire
Our
truck.
town lacks a
Ms.
roadmap
Pasternak, we're
and
talking
vision
about a fire
guiding
truck.
this
We're not
enormous
talking about
capital
anything that
spending.
you're speaking
Will you
of.
commit tonight
Excuse
to
me,
engaging in a
excuse me,
strategic planning
Ms.
effort for Millburn
Pasternak,
Township?
excuse me,
Thank you.
excuse me. Talking about a fire
I don't
truck.
excuse you.
Jerry Kung, 17 Lee Terrace. Ms. Pasternak was speaking about how the town spends its money.
We're talking about a fire truck,
Yes,
Mr. Kung.
you're talking about
We're talking
spending
about a
money
fire
on a
truck.
fire truck.
That's
Are
right.
you not?
Yes, and it's a very
dollars.
important thing to
And
do,
that
Mr. Kung.
United States dollars are fungible. So
That's
whether or not you're spending it on a fire truck or $9.5 million worth of fields,
But we're talking about a fire truck.
I'm talking about money.
Fire truck.
Money
Fire
for
truck.
a fire truck. Money
Fire
for a
truck.
fire truck.
We're talking about a fire
No,
truck.
I'm
That's
talking
what we're
about.
talking about.
No,
Save lives.
I'm talking about.
Mr. Kung, save lives.
I'm in total agreement.
Good,
And now I'm wondering
good.
where this falls on the priority list, because Ms. Pasternak had a valid question, and you're cutting her off because you don't want to listen to what she's trying to say.
Not at all. We're talking about a fire truck,
No,
Mr.
we're
Kung.
talking about
And
money
it's very
to
important
fund
to
a
fund-
fire truck.
That's right, and it's very important
Ms.
that we
Mayor.
fund that, because we can save lives
I-
with this fire truck.
Again, straw man argument. I'm not saying that I don't want the fire truck.
Good.
I'm actually.
Good.
Yeah, it is good. Okay. So I'm going to stand up here for the remaining 2 minutes of my time. Yeah, I may. And please don't cut me off, because I'm going to tell you a little bit about how money doesn't just come out of nowhere for fire trucks. Yeah, we need money for fire trucks. You know, if you spend all of the money on just a fire truck, well, why don't we buy 10 fire trucks? Oh, here's a good argument for you. You know, if one fire truck saves X number of lives. Does 10 fire trucks save 10X number of lives?
We're only talking about one fire truck.
Okay, but you were talking about how fire trucks save lives, so I want to save as many
People
lives as
on the fire
possible.
truck save
Yeah.
lives too.
Well, money is used to buy a fire truck, and that's what this ordinance is about.
Mr. Kung, we've got a AAA bond rating. We're doing just fine with the money. Matt Laracy's doing a fabulous job. We've got $4 million worth of debt. I think we live in a fabulous town, and I think we're doing great things, and we have fabulous people up here that run this.
That's not
police
related to a
department.
fire truck. Why
But
are
it
you
is
talking
related
about
to a
that?
fire truck because it's $4 million in debt. That's all we have. So this is about the fire truck
Yeah.
and funding the fire truck.
Okay, but Ms. Pasternak had a valid question, and I don't understand why you had to cut her off
Fire trucks.
about what the
Because we're talking
priority
about
is.
fire trucks.
Yeah, no, you're talking about money used to fund the fire truck.
No, we're talking about.
Okay, can you
fire
read the
trucks.
title of the ordinance to me,
We're
please?
talking about. No.
Is there a monetary amount in the title of the ordinance? There isn't,
Keep going.
is there?
You've got 30
Oh,
seconds,
yeah, I
sir.
know I've got 30 seconds. I'm going to spend the remaining of my 30 seconds, and I'm going to relish it. So all I ask is that you let residents finish their statements. You're not queen. You don't make a judgment as to whether or not it's relevant.
No, this is a business meeting and I
Oh,
run the business
yeah,
meeting. That's what it
okay,
is.
You run the business meeting.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and
And
I'm
that's-
telling you about how you ought not to cut off the residents
That's
and the
so.
taxpayers. But you know what? Because we pay the
That's so.
taxes
So
that
do
are
I.
funding that fire truck.
So do I.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Thank you, Mr. Kung. Enjoy the evening. Okay.
Mayor, I have said this earlier also,
Yes,
and I'll
sir.
say it because a lot of people talk about finance. 2 years ago, when we did not raise taxes, people came in and said that, oh my God, township is going to raise so much taxes next year because they're going to be so depressed with the money because of COVID. Next year came in, we did not raise even a single penny on the taxes last year. We are in the best of the financial condition. 2019 to 2023, from $15 million fund reserve to 22 and now down to 21 because we knowingly paid off and paid up debt. So if someone has seen the destination here.
Mr. Feld, this is a business
Again,
meeting,
very
sir.
good, very nice of you to remind us, COVID money, what was given to us for a reason, we actually use that for that reason. And again, people, there's never enough to please. So all I can say is whatever we are doing,
You're doing a
for
great
whether
job,
that's
Mr.
affordable housing or whether that's fire truck, we are in a very good shape. And thank you, Mr. Larcy, again, and thank you, Mr. McDonald, for keeping the AAA bond rating.
We can also thank the Upton.
I move that this public
But-
I
hearing.
can thank you, Ms. Purpose, too. So
Yeah.
thank you for reminding that, too.
Of the Upton, yeah.
And 4,000 units that'll come, it's not going to be just taking money from us. They will also have to pay taxes. I really don't understand.
Okay, so
That's
I'm
what you're
going to move that this public
Wait,
hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading and that the
Wait, I
township
didn't-
clerk
I
be
didn't get to
directed.
make a comment.
Go ahead, move it.
I move that
Wait,
this
we don't get to
public hearing be
respond to public
closed
comment?
and the ordinance be adopted on the final reading, and the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
May I have a second? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Pruvis?
Yes, and I think that we should be able to, in the future, talk about how we prioritize our projects.
Ms. Romano?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Vanaya?
Yes.
Mayor Miggins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
I would just like to point out that at the last committee meeting, when we introduced this ordinance, I explained why this project was being prioritized based on the age of the truck as well as the repairs that needed to be done on this truck. I think it's also important to understand that, you know, vehicles have a useful life. They are prioritized in that way. Some vehicles in DPW are 30 years old. They don't get replaced because they're not used as frequently. Some vehicles get replaced more frequently because of their high use. Again, we go through a process, 5-10-year capital plans, as well as the ability to evaluate what is a need-based project based on infrastructure, for instance. Slayton Pump Station is no longer, it has a bypass now so that we can shut down the pump station and be able to make repairs. That was a need-based because that pump station was shutting down and causing very big issues in people's homes. So that is how we prioritize capital projects based on the need, based on infrastructure that is failing. For instance, there was a sewer pipe that was being exposed at Short Hills Gardens. That project had been deferred for 5 or 6 years. We made that repair in the tune of $450,000 to make sure that that sewer pipe didn't get exposed by the next storm after Ida and burst and cause a whole other issue. So generally speaking, projects are prioritized based on a real serious need. That's how we prioritize.
Thank you.
Thank you for that
Old
explanation.
business? Ms. Purpose, you have old business you wanted to share.
Well, I have old business and new business, but unless,
New business you can put on next
oh, so
time's
then the
agenda.
old business, I can talk about my announcements.
Talk about your announcements.
But I want to talk about cushions for the committee room. That's a separate for old business. I mean, I think, like, how do we get some cushions for our residents who are really inviting to come to the meetings now that last 4 hours? I mean, can we, Alex, can that be a priority?
I mean, I'm sure we can talk about it. I don't know.
Well, does anybody else want to get cushions for our committee?
I think there's more important things to do.
But that, I mean, this is a small, it's just a small thing to do. Nobody cares. I mean, I have a nice cushion, so I don't actually care. My man's got a nice cushion. But, all right, so I guess nobody wants cushions. Okay, no cushions, that's the rule. I just want to make 2 quick announcements. One, there's a Save Canoe Brook Reservoir from Development petition on change.org if you haven't already heard about it, and it has to do with the New Jersey American watershed property up of JFK and then wanting to develop on the watershed. So again, the change.org, it's Save Canoe Brook Reservoir from Development. And recently, the Concerned Millburn residents formed a nonprofit advocacy organization, and they are pleased to announce the formation of Concerned Millburn Residents, a New Jersey nonprofit organization dedicated to serving as a nonpartisan advocacy group for all residents of Millburn, Short, and Short Hills. And our mission is to hold our local government officials accountable and ensure that the voices of our community are heard. And if you are interested in learning more about them, you can find them at concernedmillburnresidents.org. And I am done with my business.
I have a old business.
Sure.
So, as we heard a lot of things about the presentation that we did,
Yeah.
or that rec committee did,
Yeah.
my recommendation would be for the rec committee with Matt Larcy going to have a public session first before we get onto the poll question to explain to the public themselves what is it all about. So it's not coming as a second information or second-hand information. They can take the questions directly from the public. So maybe have a 2-session public session first and then create the poll so they know what the public is asking really.
I think that's a great idea.
Sounds great, and they can form the question. Maybe they should be the ones that form the poll question, the rec committee question.
And to follow up with Ms. Prupus, I had calls from residents who were confused about the Save the Canoe Brook Reservoir as compared to the overlay zone that you had to vote on this evening, that it was Canoe Brook, and they were all very confused because it is 2 separate things. Although the Canoe Brook Club does have reservoirs underneath it or water underneath it, aquifers underneath it, that Save the Canoe Brook Reservoir is, it's all part of our settlement agreement that we had to include the Woodmont property in there that we're not allowed to talk about. We really don't have any control over. However, there is the burdens on the state to whether or not to approve that watershed property. It's not on the township, it's on the state. It's on
And they're looking to go to the state.
They are.
to
It's
address
basically on May 11th, they're going to vote the president of the Board of Public Utilities and the lieutenant governor and the head of the DEP, and that's
Sean LaTourrette's the DEP, and Sheila Oliver is the Lieutenant Governor, and Joe Fiordaliso is the President of the BTU. They're the three that will vote on whether or not to allow the water company, which is a for-profit company, to sell the land in order to develop it on watershed property. So it would be pretty unprecedented. It's never happened on watershed property. So that's why. But people wanted to make sure that, I was asked by many constituents to make sure that they knew the difference between that property next to the water company, the for-profit that's selling their land, and the overlay zone on Canoe Brook.
Right.
Two different things.
And you can find more about that at the petition on change.org
Correct.
if you're curious.
May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? May I have a second?
Second.
Good night, Millburn Township.